Now we get them links up. Yeah, and we get the frickin' fish up, because this is a Christian stream. The heckin' fishing game up, because the folks over on the Twitch love the fishing game, and I added some new Halo items to the pond that folks can fish for if they'd like. I like that fishing game a lot. It's something that's really easy to do. Doesn't cost anything. If people are bored, they can just fish and see if they get like a weird, obscure Halo item that I threw into that pond with a arbitrary rating assigned to it. For those of you on YouTube who don't know what that friggin' fishing pop-up thing has been, that's essentially the gist of it. 4 years already, says Temporal Knight. Just generics this up. Yes, it's been 4 years. Hard to imagine, right? I remember it coming out just yesterday. SpongeBob Burger King ad, says Woodgrump. It was my birthday Saturday, says Rocket Baby. Hiya, Late Night. Wait, you guys didn't beat it yet? I fell asleep for no reason. Man, I was tired. Oh no, we beat it. Did I not update the stream? What does the stream say now? Over on Twitch. Did I fix it? Or does it still say that I'm like playing the Halo 5 campaign? No, it says it's the Halo. Oh, I updated it. Okay, good. Everything's fine then. We are all in the clear. Are you playing campaign with Nated? I am not playing campaign with Nated. This time, it is just me. It's just us. So I have your full and undivided attention. Let me turn on that there fishing game. And then we'll get this party started. How's it going? It's going great. It's going great. I appreciate you asking. All right. That fishing game is now live. So you guys over on Twitch can go nuts. Have at it. The world is your oyster bar, or I guess your fishing pond, as some would have it. Legit felt like it was last year. Yeah. Did you listen to the preview of the new Halo book dropping in a week? No, I did not. Oh God, no. No, I've got that, excuse me, audiobook pre-ordered. I want no spoilers going into it. The only, if it even counts as a spoiler, the only thing I have heard are early impressions of it, and they're apparently, because it, you know, Barnes & Noble's accidentally released it early, and apparently it's good, like really, really good. And it does not act as the sequel to Halo Infinite. It acts as a nice epilogue to the Infinite campaign, while clearly laying down the groundwork for the next part of the story. Hey man, new fan. Thanks for keeping Halo alive, says Thrilling Lieutenant. I'm at a loss for words, man. Keeping Halo alive, I appreciate that. Welcome to the party, dude. You're a new fan, then. I just had like a nap, so my brain is still rebooting. What's your first Halo game, if you don't mind me asking? Or what was the thing that got you in the door? New Halo fans are the most interesting kind of Halo fan. Because you guys have a variety of ways that you could sneak your way into this franchise from. Lower your in-game brightness to -9. That is true. If you want this game to look really crispy, set your sharpening to 20% and set your brightness at -9. The reason you want to do 20% and not 100% is because you over-sharpen the image, and it ends up making the game kind of look deep-fried. And various effects, like, you know, like explosions, skin, it all has this weird, like, cardboard texture to it. And it looks kind of fakey, just because of how over-sharpened the image is. You do want a little bit of softness. And then if you set it to -9 for the brightness, it makes the black... Like, so Halo Infinite, in my opinion, is a game that is in dire need of contrast, like a contrast slider. It's very balanced. Like, the whites and the blacks are very balanced in a boring way between each other, so it makes the game kind of look washed out and gray. And if you set your brightness to -9, it makes those black levels a little bit more dark. So it does introduce a bit of contrast, and some of the actual detail starts to pop as a result. But let's... Okay, there we go. I think we are good to go. Everything is so much nicer. Will you be streaming in 8 hours? I don't know if I'll be streaming in 8 hours, or even if I'll be streaming for 8 hours. But the replay will always be available. I'm not sure if it speaks to the enjoyability of going completionist with Infinite's campaign, but it's the only campaign I have never played through in its entirety. I definitely think it's a combination of a couple of things. It's the length and the formula, you know? This isn't exactly like a classic Halo campaign where you can sit down and you can beat the campaign in one sitting. Next day, you can go back and get all the collectibles and stuff. Like, a playthrough of this campaign is a 15-hour commitment. And that's just for, like, beating it, you know?
Would you humor me?
Here, would you guys like to see subtitles? Let's get some subtitles, actually. Probably help with text. What about text-to-speech? No, we're not going to do text-to-speech, don't worry. Visibility on. There we go. What is bro cooking? Bro is cooking a playthrough of Halo Infinite. The Halo Guru has returned. Is that what I am? Am I the Halo Guru? As soon as I get off this flight, I am watching. Flight? Where are you? Where are you flying to?
If you knew how you were going to die.
What does text-to-speech sound like? It sounds exactly like you think it does. It's terrible. I hate when games do that. I understand that they do it for accessibility reasons, but there's gotta be a more immersive and more creative way of being inclusive for people who are hard of sight than just, like, robot TikTok voice. Oh shit! It's Chief being messed up.
My name is Atriox, and I am the last face you...
This is a fun fact. The voice actor of Atriox in this game, it's the same guy who did Locke in Halo 5. They recast Atriox. After reading Rubicon Protocol greatly and positively redefined my view of the Spartan Force and UNSC personnel who fought the Banished for 6 months on the ring. I bet it must have felt like hell for them, while Chief was armor locked after the ambush. I don't entirely think the UNSC Infinity is completely destroyed. It may have retreated elsewhere. These are my assumptions based off visuals and the background lore. Well, as far as the game is concerned, like, You have to be very, very naive to think that the Infinity is gone. The Infinity and its crew are very obviously out there. The reason that they have them as, like, missing and, oh, what happened to them, is because they have plans for them later. Who did Atriox in Halo Wars 2? It was Bender from Futurama. He also did the voice of the Brutes in the Bungie Halo games. At least the Chieftains.
Say hi. And show Daddy how big you are. Can you sing? So big. Good. And can you sing? Good singing. How about I miss you?
I miss you.
And I love you.
I love you, Daddy.
Oh my god, I got so many questions. I hope the game solves all of them. Well, the point of a story is not to answer every single question that you have. Sometimes a good story comes from leaving you with more questions after answering a couple of them. I know what you mean, though. He looks like he's got contact lenses on. Replay the campaign to get reference photos of Forerunner structures. The campaign is a lot worse than I remembered. First playthrough since launch year. Damn, that's... I'm sorry about that. That's not the experience I've had. Jake the dog did Big Monkey. Yes, that's true, and you can hear it in Halo Wars 2. And then they couldn't get a hold of him for the DLC, so it was somebody else in Awakening the Nightmare, which you can also hear. God, Chief looks so good in this game. That is such a good set of armor.
Looks like the main power cells are fried. Auto shut down.
I love this little bit of
Survival mode.
it's a bit on the nose, but it is
Try to override it.
cool that
Okay.
the Pelican's in low power mode, everything sucks, everything is dying, and the world is in darkness. And when he plugs Chief into his Pelican to see if he can jumpstart his suit, the power reactor of Master Chief's armor brings his Pelican to life, and it looks like when Chief wakes up, the entire Halo universe springs to life. It's on the nose, but it's an intentional creative decision.
Welcome back, Chief. I rerouted what little power I had into your suit.
You got a Halo 2 Hunter?
Seeing a fault on the
Nice.
calibration matrix.
How did he survive for 6 months? I'd assume that there... Well, look at all those boxes right there. You see all those boxes? I'd assume there's even more than just those. Like, Pelicans probably have emergency supplies that allow you to, like, you know, probably water rations, food rations.
That seems fine. Let's try right. And now left. Your visor feed
There
and
we
motor
go.
function seem
My
to be
dog of 15
operational.
years... Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Looks like there's a
She had an
problem with
enlarged
servos
heart
in
and
your
was showing
hands.
signs of dementia.
Try moving it.
I am so sorry to
Stay
hear
calm.
about that.
You've been out there a while.
Yeah, my condolences, man.
I know I saw something in you.
Your dog had a beautiful life with you. Come on, come in. Everybody's welcome here, okay? We're just here to have fun. We're here to de-stress. All right, let's continue.
Whoa, easy there, big guy. You're not.
Status report.
Status report? What?
I love that they showed this part back in E3 2019. Yeah, and they called it Discover Hope. It was also done on a very different version of their lighting engine, and I think I prefer the old lighting engine a little bit more than what ended up shipping.
Lost everything. There's nothing left for us here. I don't even know where here is.
So one of the main themes of this game's campaign is it's supposed to deal with basically regret. With choices being made already, and you can't turn back the clock.
Wait, what are you gonna do?
And
Improvise.
basically how you're going to learn from them and move ahead as a new person. So the game, I'm trying to remember the exact, because, you know, I got, you know, my name's in the credits. I'm trying to remember what it was that Paul Crocker said about the themes of the story. Like, back in 2019, he told us what the first words of the campaign were going to be, which is if you knew how you were going to die, how would you live your life differently?
We're stuck out here.
So he deliberately wanted to start the game with like a sense that mistakes have already been made and it's too late to go back on them.
One bullet against an entire army. What can you do?
You know, and that kind of like that pain of wishing that you could go back in time and you could have changed all of it and done things differently, but you can't. And so all you've got to do is reflect on the choices that you've made and how you're going to move ahead.
We can't escape.
You work on the batteries. I'll buy us some time.
I do prefer how Chief exits the ship in the trailer for nostalgia, but it makes more sense in the actual campaign. How does he... Oh, like how he says, no, we need to fight. That's how he said it in the trailer, right? Why did the fishing minigame take the size of your face cam? If it's a little bit too big, I can maybe, you know, make it a little bit smaller. I put it like that so that you could, like, read the text, but if it's a little bit too big... It's like emotional cutscene, and then fish on the screen. I do wish the themes of regret were more at the front, so to speak. It's definitely a very interesting concept. Well, the themes of the very first words of the campaign are, if you knew how you would die, how would you live your life differently? Like, you can't get any more... Hands would reach through your TV, grab you, and scream in your face. Think about regret while you play this.
All of it.
How will you get back?
Alrighty.
I'll figure something out.
One thing I also liked about Halo Infinite's campaign, Paul Crocker was a very eccentric dude, but he said something about Chief that I actually really liked. So Halo 4's Master Chief, the issue everybody had was that Chief talked way too much in that campaign. Like, he talked to the point that you were numb of Steve Downes' voice, which is a problem. But the inverse issue is... The inverse issue is if, you know, Chief is in a 30-hour campaign and he says only 6 things. So what he basically said was that Master Chief needs to be kind of handled like Michael Myers, where he's more of like this presence. You know, he kind of looms in the background. And you can kind of tell what he's feeling based on his body language, where the camera is positioned, and little subtle head tilts and stuff. And obviously you can have a little bit more dialogue in there, but... And I like that a lot, handling Chief like Michael Myers. Like, just this scary, intimidating presence. All right. Let me know if the audio for the game is good. You told me there wouldn't be any introductory tutorials. And you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Did you ever notice the entire Halo Infinite campaign can be played without any cuts? Yeah, that was an intentional choice. They so after Halo 5's campaign, where it was like kind of like shockingly stupid, you know, like things just happened and characters said things, and there wasn't a lot of like rhyme or reason to it. They wanted in 2017 for the next Halo campaign to be a lot more intimate, and they began, basically, they looked at the way that the Halo engine has the ability to seamlessly go into third person during gameplay. You know, like you hop into a Warthog, and the camera smoothly transitions into third person. And they were like, shit, what if, like, the cutscenes are like that? Like, we don't have the black bars and stuff. Like, it just, the state between what is a cutscene and what is gameplay is kind of blurred. And they were like, what if we go even further? What if there are just, like, no camera cuts? And you're with Chief every step of the next journey. This is a cool little detail I wanted to show off. You can actually fuck around with a lot of the monitors in here. It never actually, like... Man, I wish that they had a couple more firefights housed around these, and I wish that these were even bigger, and that they broke easier to shots. Because it's cool that the Banished technology actually, like, breaks apart and falls apart and stuff. Does ADS belong in Halo? Jamie Griesmer said something that kind of changed my whole worldview on a lot of those arguments. So, no designer would ever say something does or does not belong in a video game. Like, no actual game designer would ever say that. Like, no game designer would say Halo Sprint belongs in Halo or doesn't belong in Halo. Same with, like, ADS and stuff. But if it's going to be in there, the goal of a game designer is to figure out how to integrate it in a way that makes the game better, rather than compromising the vision of the game.
We do not need
That hologram. It's Atriox. He led the attack on the Infinity. He was looking for something.
This is the best level in the game. They envision this level as an inverse of the first mission of Halo 1. They were basically like, the first level of Halo 1 is you getting boarded by alien invaders. And in this one, we're going to make you the alien invader. But to ask your question about aiming down the sights, I would not personally ever introduce aiming down the sights to a mainline Halo game. I like the way Halo feels without it.
Your eyes deceive you, brother. He's a fall back in this very moment. Brothers to the end. We are his legacy.
Escharum the Yapper. Oh, we haven't even met... Oh, wait, no, that is Escharum. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's just yapping. He's got things to say. What difficulty is this? We're playing on normal difficulty. So this thing, this hangar bay, it's supposed to be basically like, think of like Halo Wars 2. Halo Wars 2, you know, top-down view, ships come in from orbit, drop off buildings and stuff. And one of the things that they wanted you to get the sense of is you were seeing a lot of RTS elements translated into the first person. So these things are supposed to be all of the Banished bases that are scattered across the ring. And the idea is that it's basically like a giant bomber. Like down there is the hatch for the ship that just opens up, and they will drop these bases from orbit, and they've been built to survive a fall from orbit, and they just land right into the ground and root themselves. And that's why you find like those Banished bases just like scattered randomly all over the place, and there's a lot of debris and kind of looks like something impacted really heavily. Space Monkey's back at it again. Exactly. We're talking about FNAF 2. Five Nights at Freddy's is a bit past my time. But I know the second movie is very controversial. Very controversial. That's what I've heard. Okay. I like how excited Escharum is to see the Chief. Yeah, they,
Dropships.
the way he was described by Paul Crocker was he was gonna be,
The Banished won already.
he was supposed to feel like an old samurai legend that used to be notorious in his prime and has been forced to hang up his swords, not because he died in battle or sustained an injury, but because he can't physically fight anymore. So there's the depression and the boredom that comes with that, and also he's the guy who won, you know? After Atriox completely smashed up the Infinity and then went missing, and it seemed as if the Chief was dead, and the human race just kind of scattered across the ring and have been basically playing guerrilla warfare with the Banished for the last 6 months and losing. Escharum won. He got everything he wanted. He won. And now he's bored and dying. And Chief is basically like the most exciting thing to ever happen. Like, not just a Spartan is still alive, it's the Master Chief of legend. So he kind of almost loses sight of his goals in his like excitement and rush to feel that brute youth again. You know, like Chief gets the adrenaline pumping. In my opinion, what do you think of the Cybertron games? I've only played a bit of the first one, and I thought it was cool. First time I played through it, I was a little bit let down. I thought it was going to be more combat focused, like physical, hand-to-hand combat. I didn't expect it to basically be like a shooter, but going into a sort of second playthrough with that shooter aspect in mind, I was like, this is cool. This is really cool. It's like Modern Warfare Generation 1. I've replayed the Infinite campaign 3 times, and it's bittersweet knowing how much was cut and lackluster in it. I still enjoy it for what it was. Yeah, they had a lot of ambitions for Halo Infinite's campaign. And it's... a lot of people here cut content, and what they think is this was stuff in active development that was a part of the story, and then it was axed. When what's closer to the truth is that anything that is story related was cut before development even began. And a lot of stuff that was actually mechanically in the game and was cut was because it was not nearly complete enough to even justify finishing it within the timeline given, / it actually harmed the game and had to be cut, otherwise the game would suck. So things like the Crusher enemy type was cut from the game because it was genuinely not fun to fight. It was like a bad, boring, very bad enemy. And people definitely would have mocked it. You know, after the Warden Eternal, 343 Industries was extremely keen to make sure that the game's combat loop with AI had no weak points, and the Crusher was a very, very obvious weak point. Nobody at 343 thought it was working. An interesting character note is Escharum starts in Atriox cult, which Atriox didn't want. Well, so here's the interesting thing. So, going away from Paul Crocker for a second, Dan Cossack, who was one of the writers, but also the de facto cinematographer, which was a role he had to kind of step into, because they didn't have one that was available when production started. He said that when Darren DePaul was on the set doing like the mocap and stuff and also reading the lines, they told Darren DePaul that Escharum should sound like a televangelist preacher. Like, you should get that like smarmy, like kind of like there's a bit of manipulation to him. Like, he just loves the sound of his own voice, and he kind of plays up the theatrics because it excites his congregation. And you are right about that. They said that there is supposed to be an intentional irony in the fact that Atriox deliberately broke away from cults, only for his death to kind of sow the seeds for the Banished to become radicalized. Because he said if Atriox could see what was going on with Escherum's Banished, he'd be very disappointed and angered in his old master. Because Escharum was Atriox's master. He, like, taught him how to fight, taught him everything he knew, and then kind of stepped aside and watched his apprentice step into the leadership role.
We need to get out of here.
I'm working on it.
Work faster. These pelicans nearly on board and the power's still out.
At this point, I don't think 343 have the manpower to make a new mainline Halo game. That's something... Well, they definitely... Halo Studios does not. They have... I can't... This is just, like, treat this as hearsay, treat this as just me, you know, like, talking out of my ass, basically. I have only heard offhand that there are less than 100 people at Halo Studios. Versus the, like, nearly 600 that were able to make games like Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. And even then, that was clearly, like, not enough. Because one of the big issues with Halo Infinite that they ran into, more arguably than the engine issues, was time. Chris Lee, his idea of making a AAA 4K resolution, high fidelity, 60 frames per second, open world video game in 3 years or less with their studio and a couple of partners, it was way too damn ambitious. Way, way, way too damn ambitious. They needed at least another extra 2 years, as well as extra help. So it's sort of a miracle that Halo Infinite, that they were able to hit all the narrative beats that they wanted, that the narrative ambitions of the campaign they were able to mostly fulfill, and that they were able to get the game out the door and feeling somewhat like obviously if you were to dig deep and nitpick, then you could be like, this game had a rough development cycle. But if you're somebody who doesn't care that much, like, it's the next Halo campaign. That's weird. They're doing an open world thing. Oh, that was fun. Okay, I wonder when the next one's gonna be. it's a rich irony. For as much as Escharum says no more prophets, he certainly proselytizes over holograms like Regret and Truth did in 2 and 3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. A lot of those were very intentional. They
Nothing seemed to happen.
I think originally the plan was to not include those cuts over to what they're up to, but they were inspired specifically by the politics, how tiresome, cutscenes. You know, where you kind of see what's going on with the prophets and what they're up to. And so they integrated a bit of what Escharum was up to, and they definitely wanted to kind of, you know, do a little bit of irony. Hell yeah. Oh, Rebecca caught Halo 2 Half-Jaw in the fishing game. Is it just me, or do the jackals sound like Decepticons? They do kind of sound like Starscream.
Fire up those engines, Chief.
The way that they, like, shriek.
Survive.
Somebody brought up the idea of expanding on the Haloverse by taking the Star Wars Andor approach and focusing on the outer colonies and showing what the civilians go through. That's not a bad idea. I'm not sure if politics are interesting enough for a action shooter, but that would make for a super cool series, like a mini series, or even a book. Or even a comic, to be honest. So this is like the moment of Escharum realizing that there's more to life. Because see, first he's bored and angry that his incompetent brutes let this ship fall. See, look how mad he is.
The Spartan.
And what's actually interesting is this is a detail that was unfortunately lost. Because, you know, he's a hologram, so it's hard to notice. His pupil dilates and contracts, and his pupil actually emotes his emotional state. And you notice in that cutscene right there, when he's like, a Spartan, his pupils get really big, and then he's like, no, because that's when he recognizes Chief. And you can see now that he's like gloating and stuff, his pupils are starting to sharpen a little bit. But his emotions take over for a second. And you see throughout the rest of the campaign, like, look at his eye. You could see the pupil dilating and stuff.
Who's that?
And what's freaking obnoxious, and it killed Dan Cossack, was the Craig demo that they showed off. The pupil tech for Escharum was busted, and his eye was also busted, so it would not look around. So if you go back and watch the Craig demo, his eye is frozen, staring forward, and it does not dilate or anything, even though the animations were all there. Just for some reason, they were not playing. Chief channeling Doomslayer with that panel punch. Oh yeah, that was... I know what they were inspired by. It's very obvious that a few of them had played Doom. This is also, so this is a more, like, nerdy detail if you care about music and stuff like that, and music theory. This theme is constantly bouncing back and forth between the Warthog, you know, music, the Warthog Run theme, and Escharum's theme. Because it's supposed to sound like it's the music of Halo, which is Master Chief, locked in battle with the sounds of Escharum. And the guy who composed this, Curtis Schweitzer, this was a draft. And they immediately were like, dude, you killed it. We're gonna put it in the game. It was his first draft.
So, We will meet on the battlefield.
Alright, now let's get out of here.
The Pelicans surrounded. They're... Oh god, they're trying to get in.
On my way.
Genuinely one of the best set pieces in the whole franchise. I wouldn't go that far. I think it's okay, but I would not go that far. What I think would have kicked ass is if you got into a ghost, a banished ghost, and you had to frickin' blast your way through an exploding ship. I mean, it is fun that you're like... You're having to run across, like, the banished mobile bases that are, like, in various states of construction. But...
The batteries.
Like, remember, when you say that, you're comparing it to, like, Scarab battles. You're comparing it to, like... the Warthog runs. The Forward Unto Dawn entering atmosphere. LNG's mic is clipping into his face. Is my mic too loud? If my mic is too loud, I can lower the volume. There we go. Okay. The OSD in this game is so good. Yeah, it is pretty good. I mostly enjoy the low strings of the Banished motif. Oh yeah, Escharum's bum 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 bum. It's also done in the same key as the monk chant. I feel like a talking point for this game is the boss fights, and if they work. They may be the best boss fights in the series, but do they work? They are the best boss fights in the series, but I don't think that they work that well. They're a little bit too gamey. I'll put it that way. A little bit too gamey, for me, where it's like, for the most part, everything is super immersive and makes sense within the Halo universe, including things like the outlines on weapons and objects of interest and stuff, because that's tech from the ODSTs that's integrated into Chief's helmet. But then, like, there's a guy, and his name is hovering above his head, and they're able to monitor the quality of his health, of like his physical health and stamina with a 0 to 100% bar.
Chief,
That's a...
I'm here.
It's a little bit gamey to me.
give me a second. I'm coming to get you.
The real answer is because video game bosses have health bars, but I'm like... You know.
Back, Chief. Okay, let's get out of here.
Jaga and Escharam's boss fights are the best Halo boss fights. No, those were intense and fun. I like Jaga's boss fight a lot. The Blade Master. That was a lot of fun. That felt like... Because he had also, like, unique animations that were exclusive to him and stuff. So he'd, like, whisk in and out of cloak. And he felt kind of like a slasher villain.
Near field perimeter scan.
Fish! That was a spooky fight. It was very spooky. I wonder how the ring got shattered.
The Master Chief lives? Atriox,
Look at him. Look how big his pupils are.
Are you not angered? No. I feel...
And notice the camera starts with him center, and as he gets more and more excited, it starts... Look, he's even got like a heavenly light shining down on him. Like his vigor, his stamina is returning to him. He's standing up straighter. and the camera is now looking up at him.
Banished will never bow to anyone again.
Dude just wants to fight.
Not the Covenant. Not the prophets. Not.
And now here's the Endless, which the Endless are, Harbinger is a really cool design for a character, but I think that the actual dialogue, the written dialogue, could have been a little bit better, because it was a little bit, like, you know, generic sounding. But I think Harbinger is fun for the most part, but definitely suffers from the 343 issue of their B plots are always extremely weak.
Spartan, from a distance, I want to know everything about him.
See, he's like, don't even kill him yet. Like, let Chief do what he wants to do. I want to study him. Like, he's like, the hunt is back on, basically. Like, his predator instincts are coming out.
Accept.
Wait a minute, are those profit models updated? No, they are not. They're, I think that they are low poly Halo 2 anniversary models.
We're done, right, Chief? If we stay out here any longer, they're gonna come back. They'll find us, and they'll kill us. What is it you're searching for?
The way you keep describing Escharum really makes him sound more epic. Well, it's there.
We need to go home.
It's right there, you know?
Plot the waypoint.
Like, I'm not inventing it out of thin air. It's there, you know, the camera, the dialogue, like the little emotions in his face. It's all there.
The Banished plan to wipe us out. All of us.
And what? You think we can stop them on our own?
That sound sucked, though. That's bothered me to this day. The like, thump. It sounds like
We lost.
it sounds like he took like a school backpack and hit it against a wall.
Not heroic.
I feel like that should have like a bong sound, you know, of like titanium.
Protect humanity, whatever the cost.
That like school backpack Foley sound has always bothered me.
We haven't
Craven or Escharum?
What is it? What's down there?
Like Craven the Hunter?
A weapon? How many guns do you need? What is wrong with you? Remind
Kevin!
Me of a Spartan.
This is Rebecca.
Terrible idea. They're coming for us.
Huh?
All of them.
Kevin or Escharum? And then here is your introduction to the elites. Because they were not in the first level.
Incoming. All directions. It's not safe.
Which is another thing, they were, so this is actually something that we did a lot of talking about, I remember. What they were envisioning was basically, like, Halo 5, if you remember the way that campaign starts, the very first weapon you see in gameplay is an Elite's energy sword. Like, the peak of the peak, you know? And then there are weapons everywhere, because the very first level starts with a bunch of dead enemies around you. So it's like, just a bunch of weapons everywhere. And the game kind of acts like you should already be very familiar with Halo.
Heads up.
And what they wanted this to do is they were inspired by how Halo 1 begins. And it's like, first mission of Halo 1, all you ever see are not jackals. You see grunts and elites. You don't see hunters, you don't see jackals. And the highest ranking enemy you'll ever see in that first level is a red elite. And then second level is when you introduce a little bit more, you know, some more enemies. And they were thinking of, like, new people who have never played a Halo game before, because they were going to be releasing the game on Steam. And they were like, Halo 1 did it so well, we could follow that formula. Like, the first level of this campaign is only going to have a handful of weapons and enemies. At max, only 3 different enemy types. And we are going to, level by level, introduce more to the player.
Careful, Chief. Another dropship on your location. This whole place looks like it's dying. Like it's...
God, after the Halo 5 Forerunner stuff, this is like...
possible.
And sort of the Halo campaign evolved Forerunner stuff.
Ahead.
This looks so good.
Find this weapon. Then we can go. Right? Be careful. They're still coming. You really pissed
This
them off.
stone is very shiny and metallic, kind of sus. Jaga gives me heavy Caleb from Blood vibes. Creepy. He's an extremely creepy dude. They had a lot of like mechanical ideas for him
Look at this.
that unfortunately they weren't able to get done. It was nothing narrative, it was more like
Broken. Very, very broken.
more like it was, you know, if you ever feel like the HVT system,
Everywhere.
you know, like those kind of bosses you can find in the open world. If you ever felt like those seem not that fleshed out, it's because they are very cut down. Basically, they have grand ideas, and then the producers come in and be like, do you know how much it would cost? How many people we would need to get this feature done? Like, no, you're not going to do this. Like, this is, no. We have 3 years to get this game done. Okay. I remember this level, I remember it being described as kind of being like, they wanted the Halo ring itself to feel like one of the characters in the campaign, and they described this almost as you, entering essentially like an open wound in the Halo ring, and you're traveling through its body. Like, the Sentinels are supposed to be almost evocative of, like, white blood cells, like, rushing around above you, like, rushing to damage points, places of impact, and, like, the reason that those hexagon designs are there is because they're supposed to essentially be, like, scabbing for the ring. Like, they are temporary, things that the ring puts up over, like, heavy damage sites as, like, you know, more complex repairs happen underneath. There we go. And now we've got the Disruptor Pistol. Love how the Phantom just straight up has a Reaper Horn. Yeah, the Reaper Horn. And now this is interesting. So the whispering, like the Cortana whispering, that was actually Dan Cossack's idea, and it was inspired by the Halo 3 Cortana sequences. Like, what he liked about those sequences, even though, you know, you know, it's annoying to be stopped constantly, but he liked the idea of it being almost like dreamlike, and adds this kind of like a fairy tale-esque vibe to the campaign, where it's obviously sci-fi, but there's a bit of those like fantasy elements to it as well. So the idea of littering the ring, at least the underbelly of the ring, near heavy damage points, have just like memory and data leaking out, and Chief Suit can pick it up and process it into something he can hear, and it's basically the final thoughts of Cortana. You know, further going into the idea of regret. I can make a multiplayer map in 3 hours. Damn, 343 are lazy schmucks. How hard could it be? Damn, Wood Grump and Rebecca are locked in the fishing game over on Twitch. I just see it, it's fish. Fish. Rebecca caught a Halo 2 anniversary ghost. The worst part of Halo 3? Nah, those Cortana moments are cool. It's annoying that they stop you, but they're not the worst part of Halo 3. I'd say the worst part of Halo 3 is the freaking flare and the energy drain. These environments were actually inspired by Halo 2. Like, they were like, what if we took a lot of, like, the temple ruins, and we tried to envision them as, like, metallic, like, you know, traditional Forerunner metal.
What are those things?
And do you hear the music? It's the Master Chief and Cortana's leitmotif from Halo 3. It's like the first piece of music in the Halo 3 campaign when she's like, they let me pick. And the notes start picking up speed as you get closer and closer to the control room terminal.
Dumb question. How do you know this isn't a trap?
I don't.
Great. I hope this weapon of yours is worth the risk. I'm reading multiple enemy ships heading this way.
It's a cool environment. Those fantasy elements in a Halo are what overlaps both Halo and Metroid into that specific sci-fi genre to me. Almost like a magic element to the sci-fi. Yeah, that's how I feel, at least.
Where is Cortana?
The rogue AI known as Cortana is gone. She's been deleted.
How? By you?
Of course not.
The architecture looks way more CE than the CE remake. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I feel like they killed it. A lot of their artists, a lot of the people there that were part of the art team, they actually got into gaming because of Halo. Like, game development because of Halo. Like, one of the artists there specifically, I can't even remember his name anymore, and unfortunately he left. He studied and slaved over, like, Bungie's work. Like, he had all the textures from Halos 1, 2, and 3, and meticulously went over them, like documenting how they did, what the rules were for certain lines and stuff. Like, he saw this as, like, his ultimate, like, thank you, basically, to the original Halo trilogy.
Second, you may have noticed that a significant piece of this installation has been damaged, making that impossible. And third,
Worst part of Halo 3, in my opinion, is the brutes. No, the brutes were fine in Halo 3. They were fine.
Something stopped your deletion.
They were fine.
We need to find out why.
They weren't the elites, but they don't ruin the campaign, you know?
Change. They always do.
Are you sure?
Like, Halo 3's campaign with brutes is fun enough that some of the missions in it can be considered some of the best missions of all time. If the brutes actually were the worst part of Halo 3, then I don't think any of those missions could have been considered the best, you know? The whole thing would have just fallen apart.
Did you do that?
No, removing me triggered a response from the ring. I need you to understand. There's not much time.
If you knew how you were going to die,
If you knew how you were going to die,
how would you live your
Time
life?
goes by too damn fast. I swear this came out a year ago. I remember when this campaign launched and all the faces were animated at 30 FPS.
just dust and echoes.
What did you say?
What? It's just pieces of data cycling until they run out of power. It's all around us.
There's a bit of the foreshadowing.
I was called an emotionless automaton. They saw faces. 75 healthy cells.
This is a bit of the frustrating part. The plan was not to reveal the weapon.
They will not all survive.
The weapon was supposed to be kept secret till the launch of the game, when it was, you know, supposed to launch in 2020. But because, you know, of the delay, they it was supposed to be a moment of genuine shock and confusion in the Halo community when they meet the weapon for the first time. And so each of these children are supposed to represent the kids that were abducted and turned into Spartans. Because Cortana is built from Halsey's brain, she also carries some of the guilt and feels some of the guilt that Halsey felt for abducting the kids. And that one right there is the chief.
There's something up ahead. I can feel it calling out to me.
I like that he's like, oh, I'm spotted. Ghost children. Ah, yeah, no, that's the appropriate answer. It's ghosts. Makes sense as a clone of Halsey's mind and her memories. Yeah, and also imagine if you didn't know that the weapon was going to be in a thing. If it was a shock to the community. You know, the marketing never mentioned it. You thought it was going to be an adventure with the pilot and Chief. And then suddenly the weapon shows up and you're confused.
These are the Banished.
And you're not quite sure who she
Worse
is.
than I imagined.
You can smell them.
And then suddenly she quotes Cortana from Halo Combat Evolved.
You smell fun.
You're supposed to feel very uneasy and like you're not quite sure what's going on. But, you know, unfortunately, the delay happened and they were like, apparently the amount of work that went into the Craig demo to remove Cortana's voice lines and remove her animations and stuff in that cutscene. They were like, it's going to take so much time and planning to show off the game without showing her. We should just let the cat out of the bag and let everybody know that there is going to be a new Cortana in the campaign. Sure, though, in my opinion, the Brutes are better off as their own distinct enemies rather than emulating another enemy type that was stripped from the roster. I agree there, but I also think they stepped up to the plate and did a damn good job in Halo 3, as well as ODST. Like, I agree with you. But I think given the options,
Is it safe?
they did a good job with them.
I think so. Yes. It's safe.
The room always confused me with all the creatures in the Carbonite. That's actually a thing from, if you've ever watched Halo Legends, those things are basically like, they're kind of like coffins. Or not coffins, it's like Carbonite. They are what Forerunners use to reseed planets after a Halo activation. So the reason it looks like a human is because it's a human. There's like human DNA stashed in those. They can be used to house actual living creatures, or they can just store DNA samples. And all of those are housing human DNA samples.
Turn the tide of war. I have been working to harness the strategic power of a shipborne AI onto the battlefield.
So here's the day Chief and Cortana met.
Yes, Dr. Halsey.
Unlike previous AI models, she will reside between your mind and the suit, directly communicating with your neural interface.
Think of her as a new set of eyes to aid your reactions and upgrade your reconnaissance. She's not the driver, but a way to level the playing field.
What do I call her?
Purple Cortana is back. Yeah, she's supposed to look like she looked in Halo 1.
Hello, Master Chief. I'm Cortana.
Together you become our newfound hope. Together you become our...
And this is it's easy to forget, This is Jen Taylor doing motion capture for both of these characters. She's doing motion capture for Cortana there in Chief's hand, as well as Halsey, and they're both also voiced by Jen Taylor. And she's just really convincing as two completely different people.
What happened? I touched it and
Was that real?
it's just data. It's just here.
This ain't Halo CE Cortana at all. No, it's not. It's very,
But this,
you know.
on the other hand, this is the
They did
first
not go with that,
of
like,
Cortana.
Egyptian
It contains
hieroglyphic
a copy of the activation
Cleopatra
index, at
look for
least
Cortana that
fragment.
Bungie had in Halo 1. You know, with the crazy
What should we do
spiky
with it?
hair. Unfortunately, they gave her toes. Yeah,
Well, based
I don't
on
think
what you've
Cortana
seen
should
so
have
far, the big
toes.
question
The
is,
older Halo games got away with it because they didn't have the poly count.
Do it.
Where's punk Cortana when you need her, right? How does Jen Taylor handle like 3 roles at once? Must be hard. Jen Taylor had the hardest performance in this game because she had to do 3 different people. And she also did the mocap of those characters herself. Whereas Steve Downs, just because of his age, he can't, you know, and I'm not being mean. His height.
Did I miss something? There's a file that's been unlocked, but I don't have access.
Oh, I forgot about that. The
We need a route out of here.
green, if you ever see green on the HUD in this campaign, we were told those are narrative things. Because another thing was, you know, in trying to make sure that Chief isn't too chatty, they wanted him to have moments in this campaign. Like, so, this is like another thing. It's a story about regret, but it's also a story where pretty much all the characters are hiding something from people that they're working with. And at least for, you know, the hero cast. And throughout the campaign, there's supposed to be moments where you can see Chief doing something,
Give me
you
a
know.
second and I'll get this bridge
And the weapon's like, hey, what are you doing? And Chief's like, it's nothing. Let's move on. And that's what those green little text things are supposed to be. Like, you can see him when she does something that's too vulnerable for her, that puts her in danger. Like, it's almost like a trauma response to what happened with Cortana. As well as his own lack of trust, because she reminds him so much of Cortana. Because Chief, for the most part, his understanding was, got it, I'm this freaking clone of Cortana. We're just going to plug it into the ring. It's going to lock down Cortana. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to pull her out. And then we're going to delete her. He wasn't supposed to work with the weapon. That's why she's called the weapon. She's literally just a utility. She wasn't supposed to have a name or be a person. So working with the weapon makes Chief very, very uncomfortable. And he's kind of like always itching to have an excuse to just straight up delete her. This campaign is probably so weird for me. I got it physically day one and I love it, but it's also, I dislike its meta story. Maybe the meta story for me is negative. Either way, I wish it had snow levels. I wish it had snow levels too.
Wow, you got here fast. Not the type to wait
I hate this animation. Look at her face.
Noted. Let's go.
That's so bad. But like, this is the only thing I can speculate about what happened there with that specific animation. What probably happened was they had no mocap data. They had to have that line there for some reason. Maybe Chief didn't yank her or something, and they had to have that there. So what it looks like they did was they used like in-game systems that kind of organically generate facial animations, and they were like, good enough. Like, deadline is literally 2 hours from now. It's good enough. We can't do any more tweaking to make it look natural. And unfortunately, I think people wouldn't have noticed if you just moved on without fetching her. Because I will always remember that bizarre moment where they had, like, a terrible, terrible animation for her face. Like, the facial animations in this game are extremely good, but that is a single moment in this whole campaign that is, like, bizarre. Just because of how bad it looks.
That doesn't sound good.
There we go. We got some of our weapons back in the introduction to the Grunt Mule. And then here's, like, tutorializing ranged weapons. They're like, put a brute sniper way above you. He's got a red laser. If you've never played a shooter game before, this is what snipers are like. And then that little, like, antenna thing on his back is supposed to be evocative of the flags that the brutes had in Halo 2, if you remember. That's what they're going for with that.
This object, it's part of the ring's life force. It's called a power seed.
The Grunt Mule is just so cool. Yeah, the Grunt Mule, they're supposed to be, if I remember right, they're supposed to be Grunt Elders. Like, very old Grunts. Like, some are even survivors of the Human Covenant War that have joined the Banished after the Covenant collapsed. Which is why all the Grunt Mules sound, like, tired, angry, and annoyed. And all the, like, the fresh Grunts that have, like, you know, the orange backpacks and the bright stuff, they're, like, the new brood. They're the new generation of Grunts. So the Grunt Mules are old enough to be super cynical, while the young Grunts still have, like, the enthusiasm and excitement.
Stop. How is that a Spartan? We need to find out what happened.
Oh, man. Okay, so I figured out a question that I had. Because Grunt blood is supposed to turn bioluminescent when it's exposed to oxygen. And I noticed here that, you know, and then Jackal blood is like pink, if I remember right. It's like a very bright color. Brutes bleed purple. And here it's just purple. Like, across the board, everywhere, it's just purple blood. Even by the Grunts, they don't bleed blood that is this color. And I finally got an answer out of somebody about what was up with this. And it has something to do with the T14 rating. Basically, like, it limits what kind of violence they can depict. And if there are to be blood smears, you can't draw attention to the fact that there's blood everywhere, even if it's alien blood. So what they essentially did for some of these battles is it's like darkly lit room, choose the darkest color blood possible so that it doesn't stand out that much, and just that's what we're going to use. So that's why there is it's unfortunately a ratings thing.
She was carrying an enhanced shield module.
And those are the things in Halo 5, you know, that you slap on your chest when you pick up the power-ups.
This is Spartan Bonita Stone, recon specialist. Her vitals have been offline for nearly a month. Cause of death was an energy blade, but different.
It's not real, for fuck's sake. It's literally a cartoon.
She never
You know, but it is still a rating for a reason. The rating is not there as a no fun allowed device. It's there as a intended target role, because you don't want, you know,
We're here.
You don't want,
Should take us to the surface.
for us as adults, we, you know, and even like teens, I'd argue, are like smart enough, but like a super young child that is still like developing, some kids, you know, they don't you need to be careful with kids. You would not show, like, a 3-year-old Saw, you know? And that's why rating systems exist. And it's not the ESRB coming over to 343 and being like, no, get rid of all the blood. It is an active choice on the developer's part to tone things down. Because the rating is what they're going for. And thankfully, it seems like the Halo remake is going to be rated M. And from personal experience, the amount of blood in the remake it's a lot. It's a lot. First thing I did when I played that campaign demo was I started shooting and punching grunts and elites. And Marines. And it's a lot. In America, at the White House, when it's nighttime, you turn off the lights. The White House turns into the Black House. White House, Black House! That is an amazing observation. What happens, though, if none of the lights are ever turned off? Does it just stay as the White House all day? Or what if it's like, what if the light is shining on it funny? Or you were to project colored lights onto it? Could it be like the pink house? Or like the orangish yellow house? Rated M for Milady. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. That's what the M stands for. She did not eat dinner. Okay. It becomes the lighthouse? Oh, well, I think a lighthouse is actually... That's, like, already a thing that exists. The lighthouse is copyright. Elite and Jackal blood is purple. Brute blood is dark red. It actually hasn't been dark red for a while. Although even the Brute blood has changed so much from game to game that I may have lost track at where we are. I know though that Jackal blood initially was supposed to be like a pink, or maybe no, it was orange in the Halo TV show for some reason. Jackal blood. Gosh, I wish they'd just like I wish they'd pick a color and stick with it.
This elevator's drawing power from the ring.
Is there any way to play the game in third person? I think there is a mod if you have the PC version. How's Pumpkin doing? Oh, Pumpkin's doing awesome. I'm getting the same bugs I got on my first run. Did Halo Studios ever patch the campaign? Yeah, they've done many patches. They even improved the frame rate of character faces, because at launch they had them all locked to 30 FPS. They did a lot of optimization fixes. What specific bugs are you running into? Because it might be that your save file has issues.
Thematic repositories, Forerunner storage vessels, Silexes.
Yeah, see, so these are basically like DNA.
I was stuck in that room for 6 months, surrounded by them. Let's just say they talk a lot.
And that's also something creepy. I mean, it's you know, within computer terms, it makes sense, but to her, because of all the data streaming off of them and the damage of the ring, it constantly sounds like these things are like whispering. And in this room is the DNA for the Halo 3 rat as an Easter egg. I'm going to see if I can find it quickly. Oh, and I found the art station of the woman who is responsible. Oh my god. The woman who's responsible for all of those, like, line works. She studied a lot of the Forerunner holograms, as well as a lot of the stuff from Halo Legends, as well as specific Forerunner textures, and she created, like, a whole, or not created, she followed the design language for how, like, these outlines are supposed to sort of look. And she did a pretty damn good job.
For 6 months, surrounded by
I
them.
think it's over here, Halo
Let's just
3
say
rat.
they talk a lot.
Where is he? He's somewhere over here. Halo 3 rat. Were there people in those silexes? So, as far as I understand, they're not... As far as I understand, they can be used to store people, but these are supposed to be basically like the genetic information of individuals that once existed. So they're more or less like when the Silex does its thing, it pretty much creates an exact copy and clone of the original creature. So if you want, you can look at like the Halo wiki, because I'm probably completely wrong. There he is. There's Halo 3 rat. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Let's go back down. Oh god. Oh, okay. Thought I was about to fall. There he is. Halo 3 rat. Isn't that a cute little Easter egg? Yeah, so don't worry, the Forerunners, they got us covered. They got Halo 3 rat indexed in case the Halo rings have to fire again. Okay, let me reset the checkpoint, because I'm not going to grapple all the way back up. Yeah, Halo 3 rat, woo! I wish in Halo Infinite's campaign that Player 1 was Chief and Player 2 was your multiplayer Spartan. Yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been cool, but I think it would have been more complicated than it seems. But it very much would have been cool. Uh-oh. I am lost. Let's just keep climbing up. See if we can figure out how to get out of here. Oops. Is it up there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is bad. You know what? Checkpoint reset. Easy. He's the giant rat that makes all of the rules. No achievement? No. No achievement. He's just the Halo 3 rat. The achievement is finding him in the first place. There we go. There it is. Uh-oh. No! Okay. Halo Legends depicted these as being full of cavemen, yeah. Alrighty.
That should do it. Let's get back to the elevator.
It's crazy that all these stone capsules were made by ancient humans. I wish fobs had more variety in design. I know, man, the problem with the fobs was that was like another thing of if they had 2 years, or if they had an extra 2 years, if they spent 5 years developing this open world instead of 3 years, then the fobs could have had more unique designs. Oh, so this is another thing. They wanted immediately to set the tone for the Banished, for those who didn't play Halo Wars 2 and weren't familiar. You know how, like, the Covenant, they try not to damage the rings. They believe them to be, like, holy sites. You know, and they want to, like, protect them, treat them as, like, sacred. They wanted to immediately establish that the Banished don't care. Like, they know that Forerunner installations are technology. So this room was set up with the heavy blue and red contrast to make it seem like the Banished are an infection that is like coursing through the ring, and you can see like all the it's been defiled. You know, there's all these like ugly contraptions bolted onto these like beautiful structures. And as you go deeper and deeper in, it just becomes more and more like red and disgusting. Like when you activate, you know, the power to this area, like all the Banished tech starts like glitching and like throwing sparks everywhere.
This isn't Forerunner. It identifies as Banished.
Can you operate it?
In my sleep? Not that I sleep, but... Oh, I don't need
I
to.
love the scene where he gets
It's
to
already
swim
on
and
its
be
way down.
happy. The Halo 3 rat?
Incoming.
But what if it's a friend?
It isn't.
That was good.
Escharum orders are that you should be
And that was the guy, that brute was the guy that was his head shoved onto the hologram table earlier. So the reason he's so fucking, like, he's like hyping himself up and stuff and why he's so angry is because he just got, like, emasculated in front of all of the Banished by Blade Master and Escharum. So he's like, he's basically taking out his anger on Chief. I do appreciate, though, that it doesn't go full video game cartoon territory. Like, I don't like the floating, like, this is this guy's name, here's how much health he has. I do appreciate, though, that they don't go all the way, where he just, for some reason, has a shit ton of health. Like, once you knock his helmet off, that's it. He's a single headshot and he's done. If you can knock it off, that is. I'm having trouble. You can, by the way. I've done it before. I'm just having trouble knocking it off. Look, and he's kind of got a beard going on. That reminds me of Tartarus. Black blood, double down on brutes equals Lord of the Rings orcs. Dude, if the brutes bled... Oh my god, this is going to sound like... like Sally sells seashells down by the seashore. If the brutes bled black blood... that would be badass. I knew a Tremonius in high school. No, you did not. Shut up.
I've been trying to reach you. You vanished. I thought I was on my... Okay, I got your location. On my way. Be ready.
What's up with the whack-ass brute animation? Which one? The one where he's like... you know, like pounding like his fists, like hyping himself up, and then he does this like roar, and then you see a jitter for a second, and then suddenly it's like a super polished looking animation as he jetpacks over. That's two different teams. One team does the I am hyping myself up animation, and then the cinematics team stitch that together, and it's what I'm saying is it's flawless. Flawless. You don't see any seams at all.
Another Silex. But this one's open. What do you think was in it?
Another problem.
Why so cynical? It might be something good.
Trust me, it won't be.
I like Chief just, he's like, we'll deal with this later. Like, something's been released. And it's a silhouette I don't recognize. One thing at a time. Some hidden experience I see. Yeah, Hidden Xperia got an achievement named after him. When you unlock that first little cache, you get an achievement called Hidden Experience. And that's pretty cool.
How do we get out of here?
I always liked the green blood on the brutes. Which game had them with green blood? Or was it like a comic?
Just give me a second. I should be able to get control from here.
So Tremonius has fallen, a victim of the Master Chief's might. Do not fool yourself. He was not the best of the Banished, not by any measure. It occurs to me that we have not been introduced.
This is a good cutscene.
Know of you, Spartan, your legend.
Look, he does get a little bit too much chat. He gets too chatty as the campaign goes on. This is good though. And Darren DePaul is hamming it up. He's chewing the scenery because he also did the mocap for Escharum. That's Reinhardt, if you didn't know.
How else will you beg me for mercy? I am Escharum, war chief of the...
Now we switch over to his perspective. He's looking down on Chief.
And you have little time remaining in it.
Green blood was legends? Gotcha. Harbinger broke out of rehab. Is that what Harbinger was doing?
Wow, look at this place. It's so... full of more monsters coming to kill us.
You're gonna need to clear me somewhere to land.
Incoming.
It's going to be interesting moving on from the Blam engine handling the graphics side of things. And it's sad in a way. Like, I'm happy that the actual, like, code and stuff is being retained. At least they are going to be using a version of the Halo Reach engine, you know, to handle under the hood stuff, with mostly Unreal Engine handling graphics. But I'm gonna kind of miss, like, when a new Halo game came out and it's like, I wonder what they changed graphically. You know, because it was fun seeing the technical evolution of the engine. Like, Halo 5 was the first... no, it wasn't Halo 5, was it? It was Halo 2 Anniversary Multiplayer, which ran on the Halo 4 engine, but was the first Halo game to use PBR materials. Running in Blam, that is. And then Halo 5 was the second one. Then Halo Infinite, the PBR materials, they look a lot better. They begin doing kind of like a simulated first-person shadow on the player, like right there. As well as on your weapons a little bit. Like, it's not true self-shadowing or anything, but it like mostly does its job. As well as, like, trying to get the engine to work in open world with, you know, some problems. Escharum wanted Zeta to be a new Halo for the Brutes. Are there Brute women and children on the ring? Is Chief going to commit some war crimes? If I remember right, so the Brutes currently are in a really bad spot. They don't have a homeworld anymore. And their species is now kind of on... They're like... I don't know if you could call them endangered, because they're like a sentient, you know, they're not like animals, like they're sentient. But they are at risk if they're not careful. So if I remember right, as of right now in the lore, Brutes kind of, they really protect the women of their tribes. Like, they really keep them safe, keep them secret, keep them safe. Like, they are extremely important right now, more than usual, to making sure that the Brute species does not go extinct. So I doubt, if they are located near the ring, I doubt that they would be on the surface of the ring, and if they are, they would be in, like, very safe, like Brute controlled spots, like more so than, you know, these, which are just like a series of military camps. I'd imagine they're probably up in some of the ships, like, orbiting the ring. I could be wrong, though, if somebody wants to correct me on my lore. Would you guys believe me if I told you that they wanted to have all of the trees physics objects in this campaign? And then they couldn't due to performance reasons. Like, there's, don't get me wrong, there is still physics objects. You know, there is still some environmental destruction. Oops, wrong grenade. You know, you can knock, like, the brute crates around and stuff like that. You can blow pieces, chunks off of them, knock cover over. As well as, obviously, you know, the big gates and stuff, but some of the environmental destruction that they wanted to do is a little bit more advanced than I think the Xbox One, the base Xbox One, could handle. And that's even at 30 frames per second. So are the Silex's advanced cryopods or reconstructors? You describe them like they're the latter, but Harbinger retaining our memories implies the former. Somebody could probably explain it better. It's either you're stored in some kind of weird localized pocket dimension, or it is some kind of, like, you know, it's like the dark, sinister nature of Star Trek transporters, where what essentially happens is you're broken down at a molecular level, aka killed, disintegrated, and then you are rebuilt somewhere else, so it's sort of like a clone of you with your memories. Picks up from where you left off at a different location. Although I don't know if, like, Star Trek, you know, modern Star Trek has tried to kind of, like, retcon that away, because it's kind of bleak. Unintentionally bleak. So I don't know if it's like Star Trek transporter tech, or if it is like, no, they're the same people, they're stored in a pocket dimension that's localized within the Silex. But I do know they also can act as just like DNA storage. Wish we had more female Halo alien representation.
Guarantee this base will be safe for your friend to land.
I think the elites you could do easily, because female elites, if I remember right, the only difference is that they're a little bit smaller and they have these horn growths, if I remember right. I think I might be misremembering. I think we'll take the assault rifle. And then down here is the sniper. How do you guys feel about the pulse scan? It helps with finding stuff, but I almost wonder if, like, a Skyrim like compass above the health bar maybe would have helped, because as nice as that is, there is some stuff, like, right there, you know, where it's, I do find sometimes I spend most of the campaign staring at outlines of stuff through walls, especially with those silos. The green blood I was referring to was A2 Brute Vidoc. I watched it over and over again as a kid. Great look into the development of the brutes in Halo 3. Were they green? Or was it green, the blood of the brutes in that Vidoc? I know that there was, like, some like, you know, cool stuff. Like, brutes holding energy swords for some reason. As well as, was this part of, like, the Easter egg to get the tank gun? I'm not gonna get it, but... Okay, bye. Sorry for disturbing you. Let's come up here, because if you didn't know, there is a hidden thing. If you just kind of let your curiosity take you. Shit, I didn't even hear them sleeping. Oh god, they spawned into each other. Okay.
Is that all you can do?
Yeah, some of the brute stuff in that Vidoc, I remember. There was a brute with an energy sword, which you don't see, and then there was also a brute holding the Fist of Rukt, which I think was the placeholder model at the time for the gravity hammer. Yeah, there is an early heat wave here, specifically the scatterbound version, which I'm not going to be using. Energy sword. I liked it. This is Dread Pixel. Dread Pixel. I liked it too. Uh-oh. The Shih Tzu is barking from the tub. If you guys didn't know, my Shih Tzu likes... he gets into the mood of, like, he doesn't want to drink water anymore from his water thing. He wants to hop into the tub and drink water there. And so he will scream impatiently until someone comes in and turns on the tub for him. Here, hang on. Listen to this. Can you hear it? That's him screaming for somebody to come turn on the tub. Man wants his water. He yearns to stand in the running river. Oh my god, yes. It's hard to take him out to pee when it's raining because the water that's, you know, going down the drain like the in the road, he's like mesmerized by running water. Like he yearns for lakes and rivers. Okay. Let's secure this place. Oh, the outpost Tremonius button's calling an airstrike. Got it. Okay.
The Banished are using a modification of the Covenant's BattleNet protocol. Pretty easy to push through, and done.
I just learned that Escharum is in his 70s and Tartarus is in his 60s. There's no way Tartarus looks older than Escharum. Does Tartarus look older than Escharum? The reason Tartarus has white fur isn't because he's old. The reason why is because he's a white-haired brute. Like, if I remember right, it was, it's a rare condition in the brutes, and some brutes are actually ostracized because of it, if they're born with white fur. And Tartarus was able to kind of overcome that social stigma and be feared in spite of it. It's not like an age thing, it's that, he's like a dog. That's the color of his coat.
As good as this feels. Please tell me we can go. Did you find the weapon you were looking for? Can we go?
Hi.
What the? Cortana? But she... This is all her fault.
It isn't Cortana. Tell him.
But it's classified.
Permission granted.
I was created by Dr. Catherine Halsey to mimic this installation's security to trap Cortana for deletion.
Tartarus is a badass. Tartarus is a badass.
And now she's going to help us.
One of my dogs will take the food out of the bowl and then eat it in the living room, then rinse and repeat. Yeah, dude, dogs are funny.
I can see the odds aren't great.
Oh my god, the air got really cold and chilly. I can see my breath. Did a ghost pass by?
You're trying to survive, but I was programmed to die.
How the fuck did Esparza spend 6 months in space in a tiny pelican anyways? Probably rationing supplies, and being very depressed.
The source is 4 kilometers from here. Here is the distress signals point.
A detail in that opening cutscene with
This is our
Brohammer is that he has a sidekick pistol with him, and it only has a single bullet in it, and it's because he was saving it for himself.
It's ours.
They don't say it,
Chief, what are you
but
talking about?
that's
Now,
That's
here's
why.
the cool part. There are more UNSC forward operating bases that have fallen into banished hands.
I'm still confused whether the pilot is supposed to be Scottish or Hispanic. What?
Each one is associated with a
He's
territory.
obviously
Here's the location of the UNSC
Latino.
signal I've been tracking.
His name's Fernando
Here,
Esparza.
2 more fobs.
His accent.
Mark it. Let's go.
Let's go. What? There?
His accent is all over the place. No, it's not.
Siempre hay algo contigo. Déjame en paz, por favor.
Yeah, Scottish. That took me... Scottish?
Chief. Get on board and we can leave.
He sounds like my family-in-law. In-laws. Ah! There's a cold wind. He's Hispanic because it's a reference to pozole. Exactly. He's actually Korean. Do you think Diego Luna would make a good Esparza? Like in a like
To some.
Halo show or movie or something? Yeah. That's good. That's good good
I
casting.
have a question. I was created to lock down Cortana, but I don't know why.
It's so weird how the campaign sandbox is so different from the multiplayer. It feels alien. Yeah, I don't like separation between the sandboxes, like independent balancing. Like there is room for some minor tweaking here and there, but for the most part I like a unified experience across all the modes to give the whole game a unified feel.
Did you hear me? Everywhere.
What intel did Dr. Halsey give you before your mission?
Halsey only tells people what they need to know.
Fly Pelican straight into enemy territory. No one will ever notice. Great idea, big guy.
I still don't understand why you had to delete her. It feels like something's missing.
Guess what? They noticed. They all noticed. And we've got a Banished structure up ahead. Armored. Very heavily armored.
It'll have to wait.
The weapon is wearing some Spirit Halloween UNSC costume.
How
No,
close?
she's not. She looks kind of like
How close?
Put us down here.
she looks sort of like Miranda Keyes
Here?
in Halo 3.
We're still doing this.
Like just that standard like UNSC uniform.
As good as it's gonna get.
It's obviously a little bit more silhouetted because you're supposed to kind of retain that Cortana-y look.
Getting out of here.
But I don't know, she looks fine, the weapon. The only problem I have is the dark hair,
We're close to the UNSC
which
signal
Halo
line.
4 started, and I hate it because it's stupid and it makes no sense. Light does not glow dark,
Probably the main structure we saw as we flew in.
you know?
Look down there. We're close to the fob we detected.
Like a hologram should not have elements of it that are almost black.
But we need to come
That
back here
doesn't
and
make
decide,
sense.
or
That's
the
not how
other
light
will do.
works. Oh, there we go. He saw me. I saw him look right up at me. For a second, he was like looking around, like, where the f did that come from? Man, boo! Whoever said that, just making shit up at this point. Wait, what's the... Oh, it's like Germa. Ban him. Banned for a month. He literally muttered in Spanish right there, LOL. Yeah. Also, I like how you can see that Fernando's uniform doesn't look anything like the UNSC pilot BDU. Oh yeah, yeah, that's like a little hint. you know, to his true. We're enough time's passed, right? Spoilers. That it's revealed Fernando, the reason he's scared shitless and he doesn't have like that UNSC sense of duty. You know, he's not willing, like, we gotta take the fight to them. The reason he's just like, I wanna go home, I wanna go home, I wanna go home, is because he's not a Marine. He's a civilian contractor who happened to be on the Infinity. Like, he was willing to help, you know, with like the created takeover, do what he could as a civilian, but he's not a soldier. He did not go to boot camp.
You made short work of that, huh?
You know, he doesn't believe in duty, honor, and all of that. It's a job. And this is like the first actual like combat he's ever experienced, and it's hell.
Let me see. Yes, I was right. All I need to do is chat with the Banished security protocol. And by chat, I mean push it out of the way because it is really not smart. And there. We now have ourselves a second fob.
Was that you?
Affirmative.
So what, you're going to just...
It's probably to differentiate it from the Bungie models of Cortana. The dark hair.
Just trying to be helpful. Speaking of which, each fob
Yeah, I also know that there's certain like technical limitations. Like, so if you've played enough video games, you know that video games really struggle with transparencies and depth of field. Like, okay, if there's like sparks or something, if a person is standing right, you know, in the camera, and there's like depth of field, you know, background's blurry, and let's say sparks are going off around him. When the spark enters the depth of field area, what usually happens in most video games is the game just applies the depth of field effect to the spark too. And it becomes out of focus. And same thing happens to like red dot sights, certain holographic elements in most video games, and the slip space engine blam basic, like, it's for some reason that probably some people who are more technically savvy than me could explain. It's just very hard to get it so that the game engine recognizes that this thing is transparent, but do not blur it as if it is in the background. Like, for some reason, that's a hard thing for game engines to deal with. And for this game, especially, they had to make her more solid, less transparent, and they had to keep tuning that dial until finally the engine recognized, like, oh, you're saying we shouldn't blur her? Got it. And that's another thing Dan Cossack said. He said if he could have had his way, she would have looked dream-like. She would have looked very transparent and wispy and very clearly holographic, but they had to make her super-duper solid so that the engine would not accidentally blur her along with the background elements during cutscenes. Could the fobs have been broken down Halo elephants from Halo Wars 1? I think that would have been cool. Like, it's the fobs, they're even though it seems like this is so lame, like these fobs that they're kind of like copy and pasted all around the environment, there's a bit more than people realize that goes on under the hood with them. As, you know, evidenced by this, like, weird shit can happen. You've got the terminal for calling in vehicles, which is linked to an animation where Fernando comes in and drops it off here via his Pelican. You've got these boxes, and, you know, these weapons are stored somewhere, probably, and then called in here. There's 4 of them. You've got issues with marine pathfinding. So Marines can only be situated in very specific parts of the open world, which these, fobs are, and even then the Marines can be buggy and sometimes when it comes to unpredictable terrain. So you make the fobs very predictable. And then also there is sometimes music tied to them. There's also specific AI encounters that are set up. Like, there's a lot going on under the hood in just the, if you envision it like a circle, this whole area, there's a lot going on under the hood, more than a lot of people realize. So, just making the fobs is already a lot of hard work. For like a 3-year development cycle for an open world campaign. And I bet if they had a full 5-year development cycle for this campaign, they could have done a lot more variety for the fobs. And they, in my opinion, it was very dumb to think, for the old. No, not dumb. I don't want to say that. It was dumb. It was dumb to think that the studio, that, no problem, we can get it done in 3 years, and then dump that on the studio. Hey guys, we are going to make a giant AAA 4K quality 60 FPS open world game on an engine not designed for it in 3 years.
Pull yourself together, fool. He's trying to run.
Don't let him escape!
And there were a lot of folk at 343. In fact, most folk knew that this was going to be a pain in the ass.
Chief's on point. They never stood a chance. How we doing?
Well, on to the next.
All clear, Chief. The Marines are out of danger.
Okay. Well, we got the Marines.
Ready to go.
Hey, Late Night, do you think Phantoms will be in the CE remake or just the Spirit? That's actually a good question. I hadn't thought about that before. I'd imagine we're going to see Phantoms. We'll probably see... It depends on how much they're going to add to the remake. If they're actually going to do Alpha Base, which I doubt they're going to do Alpha Base. But some of the larger encounters, if they wanted to, up the scale of the conflict, I imagine that they could justify adding. They could justify adding Phantoms, maybe even a Lich.
Mongoose on the way. Stand by for drop.
Now, I forgot, he goes up into the air and he keeps going up and up and up and up, right? And then he kind of does the Halo thing where he just shrinks. I can't even... That's nuts. He goes really high. I thought he was going to do... Starting in, I think it was Halo Reach, they did this visual trick where it was supposed to kind of look like the dropship is speeding away really fast. But really what they're doing is they're shrinking the model until it becomes a dot and then despawns. But, it looks like it's speeding away at a really fast velocity.
What's our move?
Shut it down.
Doing homework while watching the stream. Multitasking. I am happy that I can be your homework buddy for the evening. Damn it. I wish I brought those Marines. Because this base is a lot of fun to clear when there's a bunch of Marines running around. Okay, let's go. They do the shrinking trick in Halo 2? Oh, is it in Halo 2? Okay, then I stand corrected, yeah. It's been a Halo thing for a while.
disappoint them.
Yeah, because this is what I did when I bring the Marines with me,
Manually raise each
is I lower the gate so that the Marines can also roll on in. On foot, because unfortunately the Marines can't drive in this game.
Death to the demon! Plasma out! The humans
Alright, let's start popping some of those fuel silos. This place has good music. It's, what I need to do at some point is, when I have the time, just turn all the sound effects to 0 except for the music and, like, record some of the stems. Because this place actually has really good background music for videos. Because there's a lot of people that will just, like, you know, they'll just play Peril, and it's in its entirety, including the parts where the choir comes in and the song gets very loud. I like using some more of the stems, because they're not quite as loud, and I can have control over the tone. I don't like my videos being too loud. Alright, let's hop on over. Some folks ask me why I play the game at 78 field of view, and it's mostly for this. I like seeing the enemies up close. I don't... Just for me personally, I like being really close to the enemies and being able to see, like, their facial expressions, their body language and stuff. I also, it's a habit I got into just for the YouTube videos, because I want the videos to be comfortable to watch, and at least for me, I think that games look extremely ugly on YouTube when the person is like, hey guys, you're checking out the new campaign of the game, and it's like 150 FOV, and it looks like a fishbowl, and you don't know what you're looking at, and the atmosphere is ruined because of how insane the actual presentation of the game looks at a wide FOV. So I like recording my videos at like 78 FOV, and I've just gotten used to natively playing at a low FOV. You know, because I gotta be recording at this FOV just for, you know, a pleasant looking video. And I've also learned, you know, in the time since that also, like, I can see, like, the goofy little things that the AI are doing a lot better. Now, if you're playing on, like, a keyboard and mouse, that's a completely different story. And if you get motion sick, that's a completely different story. It's definitely a personal preference thing. Hear how good that music is before it starts getting, like, crazy?
Take out that silo.
This is, like, the perfect spot for, like, YouTube background music. And I think it's going to start escalating. I just saw I have that.
Well, more company.
There we go. Got rid of the
Looks like
waypoint.
the Banished are tearing down and repairing vehicles here.
Not for long.
Marking the repair base. Let's do this. Do you see that?
It's a scorpion.
One scorpion. In pretty good shape, too. Could be useful, if you like that kind of thing.
Oh, I like it.
Damn it! Hang on.
disgusting cow.
Playing at a low FOV genuinely makes me disoriented and sick. I sit fairly close to a large monitor, so 110 feels very comfortable to me. Yeah, that's why those FOV sliders are available to people.
One M808 Scorpion in pretty good shape.
Things like motion sickness are not a preference thing. Like, you can get used to it and build up a tolerance to it, but why build up a tolerance when the game could just accommodate people who get motion sick playing at low FOV, you know? That's why FOV sliders are the norm now, for good reason. I think I'm actually going to get a needler. Grunt mules are so fun. I've pretty much backported them into my rank structure proposal as the Grunt ranged specialist rank with aspects of heavies. Yeah, I like the Grunt mules too. They're also like a really creative solution to, like, you know, it being an open world game.
Oh, I like it.
Even though it's like not necessary, I think, because of the ammo boxes.
They're stripping UNSC hardware to
Like
repair
a way to just have access to new weapons whenever you need them, as well as doing it in a very in-universe way that makes sense, which is the Grunt mules are carrying around, well, they're mules. Like, scavenging parties are going out onto the surface of the ring, looking for scrap, looking for salvage stuff they can bring back, and they just load them up on the Grunt mules. Oh, and this is another fun detail that I noticed in my, like, 3rd or 4th playthrough of this campaign. Don't worry about me dying. It's because I'm not focusing as much as I should be. And also, it's a video game. It's okay. The older brutes, which are like so the higher up the rank goes for the brutes, the older they are. Sort of like the grunts. So their writing style also changes. Like, the brute miners sound very young. They have more high-pitched voices. The red brutes, they have much deeper voices. But then the chieftains, they sound a lot older and a lot gravelier, and they sound sort of like the Halo 3 brutes. And also their dialogue. They use words from the original Halo trilogy. Like, the brute miners call you him a lot. They're like, it's him! It's the Spartan! Kill him, you know? But then the chieftains, they say it. To kill it! Disgusting whelp! Which is, you know, Halo 3 style dialogue for the brutes. They also do that. They call you it in Halo 3 versus him. I just thought that was another fun bit of world building. Like, the elder brutes are also veterans of the Human Covenant War, and their vocabulary and dialogue reflects that. Yeah, you know what? We'll take that. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? There are gonna be drop pods landing here, so I want to keep this Scorpion. So I'm going to move it out of the way right here so that I don't lose it. Did you see the Ruby rebalanced Halo 2 jumper grunts? I love them. I've been trying to also steer clear of some of the spoilers for Halo 2 rebalance from Ruby, because I am very excited about playing it. I impatiently await the release. What's your FOV in real life? Is it 78? It's somewhere around there, believe it or not. It is not like 120 field of view, because you're
officially offline. We did it.
Something games can't replicate is your focus. So in real life, your field of view is something like 78. And it's actually part of another reason that I wish like I articulated better in that old video I did about crosshair positions in Halo. Another reason that in Halo 2, Bungie started actually putting the crosshair, the weapon crosshair, below the center of the screen is because it more accurately simulates our point of focus. Like, unless you have like gamer posture and you're always hunched over, you know, like a monkey, you're standing up straight and looking down. So your your point of focus is actually a little bit low, you know, but your head is held high. It is not in the direct center. If it is in the direct center, you have bad posture. Oh, do they only show up on higher difficulties? Possibly. I love how she specifies that it's an M808 Scorpion, just to reassure the teeth-clenching Halo veterans that it isn't the stinky Scorpion from Halo 5. I don't think so. I don't think that's why they're doing it. I think they just did that to specify that it, you know, that's the it's like introducing the in-universe name of the Scorpion to people. Which they also, I know this is like unfortunately, you know, one of those things that like never panned out. Part of the reason that this game, rather than just, you know, assault rifle and stuff, like it does like the whole like MA40, like gives it like the fictional name. Same for the vehicles, is because, you know, the intention was we could introduce other versions of these vehicles. And if you remember from Halo 5, the Magnum, or the Halo 1 pistol was literally called Halo 1 pistol, like 1, like the number 1. And then they did a patch and they changed it to Halo CE pistol. And that it's not a big deal, and I think it's overthinking things. But to them, they thought that that looked kind of like silly and goofy. So they did the weapon name designations versus like the nicknames for weapons, so that they opened the door for them to bring in old models of weapons. Like, you know, if the game did take off, they could 5 years from now, for some reason, bring back the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle or something. And then they would be able to just call it like the MA5, I don't know, I forgot what it was called, MA5B, MA5C or whatever. You know, and that way it's like, well, there's the MA40, there's the MA5, like, there's a little bit of thinking ahead that they just never got to take advantage of.
I think that's all of them. Get me to that terminal and Fob Foxtrot is ours. Let's try that when we're not getting shot at.
There we go.
Another fob in UNSC control.
Having the designations for the weapons never made much sense to me. The variants already had custom names like the Flex Fire Sniper, Long Shot Assault Rifle, etc.
The source has to be inside.
Well, those are supposed to be like variants of an existing weapon. But I see what you mean. And I am also in the same boat where I feel like it's not a big deal. You don't have to overthink it. That's like overcomplicating something that wasn't an issue in the first place, at least in my opinion.
Spartan.
Nah, we're not going to be taking up. We're not going to be taking that. We're going to be storming the gate. Okay, I don't have like anything unlocked yet.
No napping, Marines.
Isn't there?
We got stuff to kill.
Where are we on the ring? Okay, Checklock's tower is there. there are Marines somewhere over there, if I remember right. So let's go over and see if we can rescue them. Do you think the Razorback was made for the campaign, 4-player and 5-man Marine squads? I think that the Razorback, it probably did have a campaign consideration, but I think it was balanced and designed for all modes. Because in multiplayer, it also had the utility of you being able to store objectives on it, being able to store power weapons and stuff. That Power Seed mode, I forgot the name of it. They probably thought that was going to be a lot bigger than it ended up being. Because it, you know, wasn't designed that well. I'm aware, I just found it a very funny detail, given how heavily critiqued Halo 5 Scorpion design was for resembling a traditional tank versus prior games. Yeah, I get you. I mean, it was pretty freaking cool to see the classic Scorpion design with the hooked tail like turret, and the treads sticking out a bit so that they kind of look like claws. What's wrong with the Halo 5 Scorpion? It's fine and looks good. It's a fine tank, but it in terms of silhouette does not fit the Scorpion, you know? Like, it's certainly a fine design, it's just not, it's not a Halo Scorpion. It should probably be a new vehicle, which I think would be cool. Oh. Is he over here?
Hey, what's this?
Okay. Oh boy, it's an ambush. It is cool that the open world, this is like another thing that like a lot of people don't notice in this game because, you know, the open world doesn't give you a lot of reasons to kind of wander and get lost unless you are genuinely interested. There are scripted moments in the open world, and they are everywhere. Like that right there is deliberately programmed to kind of feel like you were just ambushed. Yesterday, someone dropped the unfinished animated Halo 2 Forerunner sarcophagus ending. Was it unfinished? Because I watched that, and I think it's somebody who made the animations. Could someone confirm? Because I don't want to be sitting here and like, guys, there it is and stuff. Because the reason I suspect that it was done, you know, by the community is because it's using the, like, you know, like the reversed voice lines that, what's-his-name did. Because that's not how temporary voice lines work. The reason he did that is so that you can hear Keith David and you can hear the monitor and everything. The actual temporary voice lines in Halo 2 just sounds like level designers or writers at Bungie that are standing in. Like, for Halo Infinite, as an example, temporary voice lines were done by, like, Microsoft Sam. So, the fact that he is using voice lines from a YouTube video about the cut ending and not, you know, the temp voice lines, if they ever existed, is what makes me wonder if that is it more of like a fan animation that was designed to look unfinished. The 5 Scorpion reminds me of the cut Viper stealth tank. It does kind of, doesn't it? Yeah, the Halo 5 Scorpion looked cool. Just the problem was that it didn't look like a Halo Scorpion. It just looked like a pretty solid tank. Like, the reason that the Scorpion is called the Scorpion is because it looks like a Scorpion. You know, the turret is like all the way at the back and elevated so that it looks kind of like the curve of a scorpion tail. And then the treads on either side are forward a bit so they look like the claws of a scorpion. And the Halo 5 one just straight up is a tank. Like a modern military looking tank. And it looks good. It just doesn't look like a scorpion. And that's mostly the issue, is I would not be against, though, if they gave it its own official name in the Halo canon, and we saw it show up again, because it was a solid-looking tank.
On your six.
Joined the army when Halo Infinite came out, and left the army when Halo Infinite died. Damn, you went through a whole character arc during this game's lifespan. And I wouldn't say the game's dead yet, because we've still got a year left in the tank, you know? We're not going to see that multiplayer project for a little while.
Jumping in.
And I'd imagine that they're still going to update it with new playlists, new Forge maps and stuff. It's just original content that we're probably not going to see much of.
You scared? You should be.
Yeah, once upon a time, these trees, you could have knocked them over. But they're just that poor Xbox One. I liked the Halo 5 Guardian Scorpion tank more than the Bungie tank, to be honest. You're lying. You're lying to me and you're lying to yourself. And I will have none of it. That's cool. You can have that opinion. Would Halo 5 Scorpion been better if it had the classic turret design but kept the 5 body? Oh, I don't think the turret mattered to. Everything was different about the Halo 5 Scorpion. Even if you kept the classic turret design, it still would have looked different because of the shape of the body. I think that it would have been better received if they called it something completely different. Hell yeah. If they called it something like the Rhino. Nah, not the Rhino. That's not a good name. I was thinking of like a rhinoceros beetle, but then I was like, oh, that's just a beetle named after the rhinoceros animal. I'm trying to... Okay, you know what? Scorpions are arachnids. I'm trying to think of arachnid names. Tarantula? Tarantula? Would that work? Because tarantulas are a little bit like... They're like a spider, but like fat, you know? And kind of compressed a little bit. Like they're not spidery in that their legs are all spread out. They're a lot more compressed and kind of fat for a spider. So maybe calling it a tarantula tank? I don't know. Does that name already exist? The stag? Stag's okay. The spider tank? Camel spider? Well, the problem is that's a spider named after another animal. That's the same problem that the rhinoceros beetle has. So what if we call this thing, this beetle? What if we call it a rhinoceros? Just like I knew a little girl that named her dog Pony. And I'm like, you named your dog the name of a different species as its name. Oh, but well, Bunny gets a pass because she's family. Yeah, Bunny gets a pass. The Halo 5 Scorpion is chunkier, so it needs a hefty animal name. What's that? Yeah, that's in my mind, the defining characteristics of the Halo 5 Scorpion is that it's more compact. It's a little bit more muscular looking. You know, it's muscular, it's compact. There isn't like unnecessary length or wasted space. Like, it kind of looks well built and very stocky. So I'm trying to think of like an arachnid where that description fits. Because the scorpion looks like a scorpion. But what's an arachnid that kind of fits that description of being kind of like stocky, kind of chunky looking, very, very muscular? A gorilla. Yeah, you know, the arachnid type. A gorilla. Yeah, that works. Sorry, my mouth is dry. I didn't mean to sound like an asshole there. Do you think I could have some water, honey? It's stuck in the curtain.
My facility is locked down. There is nothing you can do.
Oh, I see him. Is he laying on it? He's stuck? Our Shih Tzu got stuck in a curtain. He, like, trapped. He liked being in the curtain? Oh, so he wasn't... He did the ultimate way to handle stressful situations. I'm not stuck in the curtain. I live here now. Thank you, baby. I love you so much. My tower. Okay. Can I say something petty for a second about Shacklock? So he's like, he says something along the lines of like, you dare try to like enter my tower, and then he pauses, my tower, and it's like he's about to say something badass. What is it gonna be? I think not.
Show me what you are made of, Spot.
That's weak, right? I think not. If I had a dime for every piece of literature where the phrase I think not has been used, I'd be quite a rich man. Not that there's anything wrong with that phrase, but I'm somebody who read a lot of books when I was little. I have also played a lot of games and a lot of fantasy stuff, and I think not is like the generic go-to sort of Shakespearean-y, like old-timey English theatrical character when they say that they don't agree with something or they don't think it's gonna happen. Rather than that's not gonna happen, they say I think not. And it's so nitpicky and it doesn't matter, but it bothers me and I need to put it out there. I'm tired of orcs, elves, old world type characters, brutes, elites. I'm tired of hearing characters say I think not. Hey, the Red Gear is raiding with a party of 32! Welcome, welcome! I wish I had a raid song that I could activate. I could maybe do like an alarm or something. What's going on, guys? For those of you watching on YouTube, this is, Twitch is right now going crazy. Anybody who's raiding right now, I think not! Anybody right now who is raiding, if you guys press uppercase, or not uppercase, exclamation mark fish, lowercase, you will activate the fishing minigame that I've got right now, and you have a chance to catch some weird, obscure Halo items. Oh wow, Red Gear's giving me a shout out. Welcome, welcome everybody. We're playing through the Halo Infinite campaign on its 4th birthday. Talking a little bit about the development, talking about some of the intentions that the developers had from folks that I've spoken with. Just appreciating it for what it is and lamenting some of the things, you know, that they couldn't get done. But having a good time. I think Halo Infinite's campaign is a net positive, which I know if you were to pop over on Reddit, that's not a popular opinion, but... So, thank you guys. Thank you for joining. Tarantula name has already been taken by a cut Halo 2 Scorpion variant. Gotcha, okay. Conceptualized in CE with missile pods replacing the turret. I'd have used Bird Eater as the name of a tank. So currently we're trying to brainstorm a name, like a nickname, for the Halo 5 Scorpion tank. Because the reason the Scorpion is called the Scorpion is because the tank treads jut out a little bit, so they kind of look like pinchers. And the turret rests at the back of the tank and is elevated, you know, and then the cannon moves forward and it kind of looks like the curve of a scorpion tail. So that's why it's called the Scorpion tank. And we're trying to think of, like, arachnids that are stocky and kind of, like, compact and muscular looking that we could possibly nickname the Halo 5 Scorpion tank after. Because the Halo 5 Scorpion tank's not a bad design for a tank. The problem is it deviates a little bit too much from why the Scorpion is called the Scorpion. So we're trying to think of cool arachnids that we could potentially link to the Halo 5 Scorpion tank. Got you, man. Huntsman. That's pretty good. All my Twitch subs expired, LOL. I'm now back to peasant level. Are you peasant? Oh, Rebecca put some new channel emotes. Emojis? Emotes? Right?
Let's go. The gravity lift's powered up.
Checklock is teaching you to fight Jaga. I feel like I might be going crazy. I could be going crazy, but I think at some point Checklock was supposed to be a brute. I could be totally misremembering. I remember the name Checklock and thinking it was a really funny name for a brute. So maybe I wasn't paying attention back then, or he at some point was changed to be an elite. But I like Checklock quite a bit. The Hercules beetle? That's the Hercules tank? That's fun. I like that. Hell yeah! Look at the people spanning the emotes. I think that's what they're called. How you doing, Red Gear? If you're still here, we're Barack. Yeah, we're Barack. We've got It's Jover. The Sword Elites have never felt the same since Halo Reach. I feel as if the Sword Elites are very common and aren't one-hit kills anymore. Well, the Sword Elites are common, but the Gold Elites, I think, are still they are still rare and have that kind of aura to them. I feel like Huntsman is a more familiar spider. The Huntsman tank is also cool. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I swear I heard a Jackal say Great Scott. He probably did. I know a lot of lines from Halo 5 were brought back, like fan favorite lines. That the Jackals, like there's this one about the Jackal wanting to retire and live in a house by a lake. You know, and then so he could shoot fish. That line from Halo 5 was brought back for Halo Infinite. So there's a couple Halo 5 Easter eggs in the dialogue. I should probably leave. It is 10:30 and I have a meeting tomorrow. Oh, well, if you have a meeting tomorrow, then prioritize your schedule, my dude. So something interesting is, I think Checklock Shacklock uses a fake, like a voice, like, "Bleh, bleh, bleh, I'm a monster," as an intimidation tactic. Excuse me. Huntsman spiders are not muscular / compact, though. That's true. Yeah, that's true. They're not. They're just kind of like ugly ass spiders, you know. Uh-oh. There we go. Let the grunt do some of the damage to him.
Escharum was correct. So easy.
You sure that's not just the speakers of the tower base changing the way his voice sounds? I don't think it is, because he also sounds that way in game. Whenever he cloaks, he's like, "I'll see you soon!" You know, that's what he screams when the boss battle starts. You'll hear it, okay? He's, you know, "Welcome to my tower, Master Chief." He's got like a very nice sounding voice, but then when the gameplay starts, he sounds like, "Rah, rah, rah." And I think it's a filter he does as an intimidation thing. Now, I personally wish that they would bring back the warbly filter. The like, I don't know if it's a flanger or not, that they put on the elites in Halo 3 and Reach. Because I feel like they sound too much like pitched down humans. I feel like you want them to sound a little bit alien, you know, a little bit strange, their vocal cords, like not of this earth.
We need to get him out of there.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing. The original idea for this was that, and this is stuff that I learned like way after Halo Infinite's campaign came out, like just talking to various folk. The idea was supposed to be originally, you'd come up here and all of these shields would be down, and the Spartan is right there. And then you'd step in and the lights would all go out. And then you'd hear like the tap, 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 tap of like the feet in the darkness. And you'd hear him like laughing. And you know, it's a trap that he's sprung on you. But something happened in narrative, and it was done over the course of a weekend. And there was some confusion with folks that were in charge of like the gameplay, because they came back, you know, on the Monday, and suddenly there's, you know, "Welcome to my tower, message." Like suddenly, like it's all different. And I'm gonna be honest, I think it was for the better, because this cutscene is so awesome.
Welcome to my tower, Master Chief. It is where you will be broken. It is where you will give up your secrets. See you soon.
Yes, he sounds deep.
Much better.
The wall's retracted. Watch your back. He could come from anywhere.
Your resolve. But your end is near.
Crap. Crap. Okay. I was trying to get a good some good angles of his animations, because he also has unique animations.
The wall's retracted. Watch your back. He could come from anywhere.
Sometimes, unfortunately, you just get killed.
My victory is inevitable.
Oh, come here, you. You are so toast. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Do you feel guilt from the lives you take?
I think that is the first time that an alien in Halo has ever asked that of Chief. Do you feel guilt for the lives you take? It was like, oh, that's right. Grunts are sort of people too. What if the Scorpion tank is called the Polar Bear? I like that. That's a cool name for a tank.
Okay, be ready. I'm going to cut him loose.
This part's cool. I mean, not cool, you know, it's sad.
You're alive.
So look at the light now shining down on them.
Chief.
And the controller, if you have vibrations turned on, you can feel his heartbeat slowing down.
Easy. You're safe now.
The Banished, they have something they call the conservatory. That's all I know. It's picked up north of here. Dig site. I couldn't stop them. But you can. You have to.
Consider it done.
That's good. Good. The others, the Spartans. Did you?
I'll find them.
Look at that framing. You can see him in the visor. And now his heartbeat's done. I can't feel the heartbeat in the controller anymore.
Chief?
And the music, the choir.
Big guy, your motion tracker isn't moving. Come on, give me anything.
Chief,
Respond, please. Did you find the source of the signal? Whatever's down there either has to come with us or be left behind.
It's almost like honoring him.
a dig site on the ring?
It's a good moment.
The conservatory must be some sort of Forerunner.
Great
installation.
moment.
What do you suppose they're after?
It's time to go.
Rebecca's putting F in the chat. Spartan who? Damn it, man. Why do you care? Chaklock was killed. Who gives a... You mourn for the Spartan. But what of Chaklock? Who mourns for him? This is another thing I like about this campaign. And it's something that a lot of people don't notice, and I know why it's here. It's because, you know, it's because it's an open world game. But you can play this whole campaign without ever opening up this map, because the game does a very good job of always directing you where you need to go. Like when the door opens, that's the direction you need to go in. And you'll find that it's always like that. You're always being put on a golden path, and if you just follow it, you'll get where you need to go. Like, the location of interest will always be in view, whether it's Chaklock's tower, right here, you know, the direction of the sunset and stuff. You can play the campaign without ever opening up your open world map. And that was something that they did by design. Oh, your mic is peaking a bit? Okay, let me lower that. Is it peaking now? Hey, Cho? I think I said that right. I don't know why that struggled to come out. I'm being raided! Again! We got Helix? Helish? Queen, I think? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I got a shout out, too. We're just playing the Halo Infinite campaign, appreciating it. Sharing some development stories with folks that I'm friends with. Appreciating detail that is here. Lamenting what could have been. And just appreciating this game on its 4th birthday. I appreciate the raid. MH Chaos got it. Thank you. Thank you. I struggle sometimes to read internet speak. I am sorry for butchering your name to an almost criminal degree. I'll yip your yap. And did a few customs. I also streamed Halo today as well. Oh, in honor of the 4th birthday? Good man, good man. You contributed to the Halo love today. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, let's see if they're still here. Oh my god, were they removed? Hang on. Oh my god, I think they got rid of them. Did they patch them out?
The Banished are searching for something.
If they're not up here, then they might have patched them out for some reason. Oh my god. They did. Okay, so here's something that's kind of messed up about Chaklock's Tower. And also, it's cool because the dialogue is still in the game for it. Chaklock's Tower had a bit of world building that they didn't go too depth into, because I think they were like prioritizing other things. But the idea was supposed to be you could learn what happened to people after they were tortured there is they were eaten. Like, they were eaten by the brutes who would cook them. And there were open world elements. They were like little scripted vignettes you could sometimes find as a way to guide players to the tower, which is you could stumble across a cage and there would be a bunch of Marines in the cage. And what would happen is a phantom was scripted to spawn, attach the cage to itself, and then it would pick it up and fly it towards the tower. And you couldn't actually save the Marines. There was never enough time. But it was a way to, hey, people are being flown to the tower. You should maybe check that thing out. Like a bit of world building. And you discover in the tower that after Chaklock was done with them, he would let the brutes cook and eat the torture victims. And at least at the launch of the campaign, I think it was here. I could have sworn it was here. The cage asset was still in the game. It was like right here. I could be totally misremembering and it's in a different place. It's somewhere in the game, the cage assets from that cut element. But even though those cut animations, even though those like animations aren't here, you can still, if you go over to that, that island back there and hang out and fight enemies near the tower, you can still hear the dialogue of them talking about killing people and eating them in the tower. And, like, the brutes talking about how good the humans taste and stuff. So it's the more dramatic scripted stuff was cut, but the world-building aspect of it is still there. Like, that is the dark underbelly of Chaklock's Tower, is they are also cooking and eating people there. And that's cool. Like, the other day, just in the open world, I heard a brute talking about it. And I was like, oh my god, like, the dialogue is still here for it. That's cool. Pozole. Yeah, they they turned the humans into pozole.
My belly aches. But this flesh is seared just the way I like it.
Hell yeah.
That's all you can do?
Yes. I like getting up close to the enemies.
No more
It's fun to get up close to the alien creatures, and I feel like if I were to do a rebalance of this game's campaign, even though some people would fucking hate me for saying this, I would remove a lot of the range on some of these weapons. I mean, Bulldog's fine, you know, the Bulldog's supposed to kill things fast. But like the assault rifle, I'd probably make it less accurate, make it do a little bit less damage. Battle rifle, I'd probably make it not nearly as good at such an extreme long range and stuff, because like that, you kill the enemies too fast. They got a lot of cool little animations tied to them. And you don't get to see it a lot because you kill them so quickly. But and then on higher difficulties, they're too lethal for you to really see some of the interesting animations play out. So I feel like if you ever just stop and like run around on easy mode with like a sidekick, you'd probably be shocked at how expressive some of the alien creatures are in this game.
Chief's here.
Here, we're gonna take a sidekick with us.
Punch it.
Just to a night off of chores. Oh, you just streamed? After a night of chores? That's a good way to unwind at the end of the evening. So Halo 3ify the Halo Sandbox. No, I wouldn't say Halo 3ify. That's just kind of like a make it more like a Bungie sandbox. That's more of a Jamie Griezmer-ify it, because Jamie Griezmer liked pushing the player to get close to the creatures so that they could see like their animations and stuff and have a bit more of like a dance with them. That's a Jamie Griezmer design philosophy. Hey, come here. One of you guys are going to be taking this. Yeah, you. You're not going to be carrying a bulldog in there. Come on. Joe Staten is working at Duolingo? Really? What the heck? Shit, I gotta start using Duolingo even more. I feel like a campaign is a bit of a Far Cry. I feel like the campaign is a bit Far Cry, but because it doesn't have as many ally NPCs as Far Cry game, it feels like it's missing stuff, even though logically it isn't. Yeah, no, I totally get you. It's trying to make an open world game in 3 years. Well, industry savvy teaches you that you need at least 5 years to make an open world game.
Where they processed prisoners before sending them to the tower. We've got to get them out of here.
Bonnie Ross is Duolingo's board director? Wait, is this for real? What is going on? What is happening? Is Duolingo gonna make the next Halo game? Duolingo? For Joe Staten? That's crazy. And Bonnie Ross too? You know, Duolingo for Bonnie Ross is actually not a terrible idea, because in fact that maybe is something Duolingo could use. Because Bonnie Ross is like she's an art-driven person, and she's a creative type. And I could imagine, well, like game development, franchise management, you know, requires somebody that's a little bit more aggressive, and maybe leans a bit more producer-driven. Uh-oh. I don't know, maybe Duolingo could be a good fit. Like, unironically. Because Duolingo, it's like learning language. You need creativity, you need fun, you know? Shi Kai Wang also founded Duolingo. Okay. Pooping pills. Shi Kai Wang also founded Duolingo. And Marcus Lato invented other languages. She doesn't know what Halo is. No, that's... Don't do that. Don't do that. You would be shocked at some of the stories I've heard about how much Bonnie Ross does actually get it. Like, the reason Halo Infinite has D-Scope in it is because of Bonnie Ross. She actually listened to the concerns of some of the pro team because apparently they were not going to have D-Scope in the game at some point. And it was Bonnie Ross who actually listened to the concerns and was like, you know what, like, I get that D-Scope is a thing that would make the game maybe more popular because it removes friction, but for the health of the core gameplay, like, D-Scope is not a thing that can just be removed. And that was thanks to Bonnie Ross. And also Bonnie Ross is the one who pushed very hard for Halo Wars 2 to get made. Microsoft did not have a lot of faith in Halo Wars 2. And it was Bonnie Ross who really wanted it done. Because she saw that Halo Wars 1 had a cult following, and it's like, even though it's, you know, even though Halo Wars 1 didn't do, like, crazy numbers or anything compared to the mainline Halo titles, she saw the value of a cult following. And... what I've heard about Bonnie Ross is the biggest issue with her was that she was not, like, ruthless enough. Like, she was not very, she was very patient, and she let artists create art and have as much time as they wanted to make art, and was, to a fault. You know, if you leave a bunch of game developers to just do what they're gonna do, and, you know, when they ask for, we just need more time, like, she'll be like, oh, okay, you know, and you keep giving more time, like, nothing's gonna get made. Like, you do need a little bit of somebody to bring the hammer down and keep everybody on track, and from what it sounds like, Bonnie Ross was, the balance skewed more towards the creatives, and that for the ship to run efficiently, you do need to have a balance of understanding timelines, understanding, you know, ambition, understanding scope, and that was a weak point, at least for Bonnie. But that's also me who, like, doesn't understand how games are made. Bonnie Ross was the good guy all along, unironically. Yeah, she got a lot of shit. So, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, but what about Halo 4? Like, that's her fault. And it's like, yeah, she definitely shares some of the blame. But that also comes from the people that she trusted. And her trust, unfortunately, you know, some of the ideas, you know, and not say Halo 4 is a poop from a butt. It's more about, like, you know, Halo 4 player retention and stuff like that. You know, Halo 4 had steep player drop-off. Some of the choices didn't resonate with people. Bonnie Ross's goal, or, like, the role she had as, like, studio head, was not to micromanage the game development side of things. Because the thing is, when you're that high up on the totem pole, you are dealing with so many things beyond just the game development. Like, you're running the studio and all of its operations and stuff. So you have to put people in positions where they can make decisions And you trust them that they're going to make the right decisions for you because you're everywhere. Like, Bonnie Ross isn't there in the trenches looking at the brute animations and being like, those are good. All right, put them in the game. Like, she's too busy for that. So you've got to have the right people. You know, even, like, for hiring people, Bonnie Ross isn't going to be personally hiring and vetting every single person. It's just when you're the head of a studio of, like, 700 people, you need to trust that the people you've put in positions of power are going to do the best job they can for you, because you're not going to be paying attention because you're too busy. And unfortunately, some of the people in positions of power were not maybe up to the task. Halo 4 is a good game. Yeah, not even pooping on Halo 4. More commenting from, like, a player retention perspective, because the multiplayer dropped off so fast compared to prior Halo titles.
Moving to objective.
You know, had a little bit too much faith, maybe, in the folks that were saying, we think this will be a good idea, we think this is the best direction to take the game in. I mean, hell, wasn't Chris Lee straight up lying to her about the state of the campaign prior to the reveal and was sacked after? Here, let me see. I think it's pretty disgusting how certain elements in the Halo community are shitting on Metroid Prime 4 for being worked on by former 343 developers. Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid and bad. That's stupid, bad, dumb, antisocial, strange behavior. Like, I bet it would blow people's fucking mind if I said that the guy who designed the Reclaimer Saga art style came from Doom 3. Was largely responsible for the design and the look of, like, the demons and a lot of UAC stuff in Doom 3. And it works in Doom 3. You know, that Doom 3 look maybe doesn't translate as smoothly into the Halo series, but
Let's get going.
Check your fire.
yeah, just like following people after they've like moved on to new positions or elsewhere, and then just shitting on them because they worked on a video game that maybe you were not fond of. It's weird behavior. It's very strange. It's very strange and unhealthy. Did you hear about the new Halo Havoc engine discovery, by the way? I have not. What about it? That Halo uses the Havoc physics engine? That was a thing in Halo 2, right? Because Combat Evolved used Bungie's proprietary physics engine, which is why Combat Evolved has like that signature floaty feel that like none of the other Halo games have. And also why Halo Combat Evolved had like no physics objects at all.
More of them, Chief.
Did you hear that? Suck it, monkey.
Given these Marines hope, Chief.
Infinite only has 3 biomes: Pacific Northwest Forest, Forerunner, and Monkey Forerunner. Am I wrong? Believe it or not, you are kind of wrong. It technically has... I'm trying to... Well, okay, if we're going to talk about... I don't think Forerunner counts as a biome. Forerunner is an interior. At least to me, it counts as an interior. Same with Monkey Forerunner, because that's just Forerunner stuff with monkey stuff put on it. And I don't think we'd count the first mission either, because again, that's interior.
Watch your fire.
Go.
So 343 internally counted the I think they were called the Blast Lands
Enemy cavalry
as a
is on us.
biome. There's a part of this open world where there's a lot more like ash and burnt forest and stuff, and it looks kind of like there was a fire. And I think they called them the Blast Lands. I could be completely forgetting though.
No breaks for the bandit.
And then there's also, this is the weirdest part. There's a section of the open world that you can explore, and there's like hunters hidden there. And I think those were called plains.
Well, look what we got here.
Like, this is more of like the dense forest and the rocks and the mountains and stuff, but then it flattens out at a certain point. Uh-oh, I lost my gunner. Okay.
Sniper's got a beat on.
That's outside of the Forge of Tish, is it? Is it? Okay. And then there's also the marsh. There's the marshes. And then there's that, oh my god, what did they call it? I forgot the name of it. It's got a lot of red,
And there's a lot of
red
damage.
flowers.
Whatever's going on in there, it's high priority.
Lots of red flowers. And, like, lakes. Like, it's not the marshes, because the marshes have, like, mist, you know, and it's very musky feeling there, and it's a lot more, like, swamp-type fauna. But then there's also, like, these lakes, and that's where the red flowers mostly grow, and it's got more of, like, a countryside feel.
Maintenance depot.
And that was
Picking up
also
a
another
number
one of the
repair bays
biomes.
and fuel silos. Take them out, and we'll bring this outpost to its knees.
You're coming up on the Blast Lands right now? I am? Okay, gotcha. I would not use the name Blast Lands as like they, you know, capital B, Blast Lands, copyright trademark. I don't remember if that was the name of it. That's the only name that's in my head. Oh my god, here's the best song in Halo Infinite. Crap, I forgot. Hang on. I forgot. This place has the best music in the whole game. Give me 1 second. This song is called The Sequence, and it is so good. Oh, there's choppers in there. Or no, those are wraith pieces. That's cool. Okay. I completely forgot that it's the Forge of
Picking up a
Tish,
number of
which has the
repair
best
bays and
music
fuel
in the game.
silos. Take them out, and we'll bring
As well
this
as the
outpost to
sequence
its knees.
level. Hang on. Uh-oh. Blightlands are flood infestation. Yeah, no, it's not the Blightlands. The armor lockers are so disappointing. Yeah, the armor lockers are another one where... it's very obvious that maybe there were more planned. That one I've heard the armor... This is one I can't verify, but I have heard... I've heard stories that the business team, or the former business team, because a lot of them left / were fired, the same guys who came up with the genius launch day progression system, they were, they gutted the locker system like a pig, because the locker system originally gave out multiplayer cosmetics. The Warthog destructibility is so cool, the attention to detail is nice and not very noticed. Well, okay, listen. After all the patches, it's nice. Because I don't know if you remember what it was like at launch, but the Warthog destruction was awful. I hope Evanescence does a song for the Zelda movie.
Poetry in motion, Chief.
I heard the marketing team before. It's marketing doesn't have anything to do with the microtransaction stuff. That's business. Oof.
Can't kill a handful of humans.
Are you guys being silly? What's going on? I see inside jokes happening that I'm not a part of. Evanescence is going to be at the TGA? At the Jeffs? They booked Evanescence? Is that for real? I never thought multiple biomes was necessary. Plenty of open world titles are still fun with few biomes. Plus, it makes sense given the setting. I do think that biomes are necessary even for open world games. Because you spend a lot of time looking at the scenery.
Looks like they're
So
maintaining some heavy
you do want to
excavation
change it up,
methods like their
otherwise
other
people get boring.
outposts.
I mean, I'm with you to where I can live. But a lot of folk, you know, they like to see the forest biome. They like to see the winter biome. Like, you can't listen to this song and tell me this isn't super good. Where does... There it is. Oh, there. I gotta pick up the pace a little bit. There's a lot of them to destroy. Someone that wasn't Jeff mentioned Half-Life 3 would be at the Jeffs. Do I believe or no? God, that would be nuts if they announced Half-Life 3 at the Jeffs. Crap. Hang on. Yeah, I'll get you guys out. Come on, fellas. Now he's got his shields up. Okay, I'm gonna go around the. I've got some Marines with me, so that's good. They're gonna cause a lot of chaos. If Half-Life 3 is actually at the Jeff Jamboree, I'll eat some food or something. I don't know. Sonic Frontiers 2 reveal at the Game Awards, please. Yes, dude. If Jeff Keighley came out and said, I hope y'all are a fan of Sonic. Dude, if the next Sonic game has a Chow Garden, I will take a Metro. I don't know why that's what came to... I would be so through the roof excited that I would take a Metro somewhere. I don't know. I would be too excited to function. Come on. Come on, we got some Banished stuff to destroy. I hope y'all are a fan of Sonic. And here's Half-Life 3! Oh my gosh, dude. That would be the best... Easily the best show that Jeff Keighley has ever put on. Like, because I'll be honest, last year's Jeffs were not that good. I mean, it was like cool for all the people that were winning, you know, like the Jeff Awards. But I don't know, man. The Jeffs are boring. I'll just say it. I'll say it. They're boring. And I would really like this to just blow everybody's socks off. Ah! I blew up the Forerunner fusion coils. I think Izuka said that a Chow Garden is not happening unless they actually make a Sonic Adventure 3. Okay. He's a game developer, I'm not. He inherently understands more about Sonic than I do. But some of the things he says make just make no sense to me. Like his thing about like remakes. He's like, no, we don't want to do a remake. We want to do new stuff. That's why we can't do a Sonic Adventure remake. And I'm like, do you know how old Sonic Adventure is? And do you know how difficult it is for modern kids to play? Sometimes it just can't run on the PC. And it's supported by, like, fan-made mods, which, you know, for youngins are complicated to install. Some consoles just cannot run it at all, even with backwards compatibility. You know, it was never ported to the PS4, so PlayStation just can't play Sonic Adventure. Like, do you not want to at least re-release it? Halo Infinite, in my opinion, Halo Infinite has plenty of variation as is. No need to shove arid deserts, tropical jungles, polar tundras right next to one another like pre-1.7 Minecraft. I do agree with, it's like half and half. Like, I agree, like, an arid desert is maybe a little bit silly for, like, the size of this environment. But maybe a little bit of snow, right? Like, at least near the taller points. Maybe this region here. Put the marshes, well, I think these are marshes. I think these are actually the one with the red flowers. Maybe move those a little bit. At least some snow. And I get where you're coming from. I don't want to say anybody is wrong, because definitely when you compare the amazing locations that Combat Evolved takes you to, and the variety of locations, you know, you've got like thick, rainy swamps, you've got like snow, you've got the forests. You've got an island. Dude, it's crazy seeing the Hydra's old reload animation. I've gotten so used to the speedy reload. There we go. Oh, and also the logic that, like, only a Sonic Adventure game can have the Chow Garden. Like, do you just hate, like, money? Dude, people want the Chow Garden back. Does it burst? Or is that just like a I'm damaged state? I don't think it bursts. Okay. Some over there. Okay, now about this. Don't remove the Bulldog, but add the M90 shotgun as an alternative if you want that classic pump action style. I feel like the prob with Halo fans talking about sandboxes are, I want X, so remove Y, when it should be I want X, but we can still have Y. Okay. I think some of the I want X, so remove Y comes from resources. It's very easy to be like, rather than one gun, I want 2 guns. But then it's like you remember the work that went into the Bulldog is work that was not put into, like, a shotgun. Hang on, just balancing some of the audio a little bit. I just got a Black Ops 7 ad. This is Tech Pawn. I'm so sorry. Have you ever seen the movie Mon Oncle? It's one of the best dog movies, as you see the dogs doing their things in France, including one growling at a fish. That sounds great. Is it like animated or is it like CGI? That sounds awesome. Is it just like a movie about dogs like just doing things? That sounds amazing. Okay, I need to go into the mines, right? Yeah, that's where the, it's down here. Black Ops 7 was snubbed for Game of the Year. Okay, pooping pills. That's enough pooping pills. I've had enough of you and your pooping pills. What's it called again? The movie? It was over on the YouTube chat.
That's a wrap on the repair bays. Now for the
Just
fuel
watched
cells.
Fury Road again. I know it was good, but I didn't know it was peak feminist media. Fury Road is cool. Fury Road is very cool. And it is. The reason I hesitated there is because I know somebody's going to lose their mind. Because that was said. Even though it is definitely true. Road Warrior, Supreme Still. I have not actually seen any of the other Mad Max movies. Fury Road I saw because everyone was raving about how good it was. And it's my first and so far only Mad Max movies. Just the rest of the Mad Max franchise doesn't
Nice work.
Doesn't-
2 for 2 on maintenance
I don't know, it
today.
just doesn't interest me
Whatever the
for some
Banished are
reason.
after with this equipment, their job just
Like,
gets
I
a lot
get it.
harder.
I really want to see that freaking movie about the dogs doing stuff. Mon Oncle is live action and has world-class visual humor. It's by Jacques Tati. In his Mr. Holot series, it makes fun of forced modernity. Okay. That's going to be on our watch list. Thank you for the recommendation, man. Furiosa was good, but it flopped at the box office. Did it flop at the box office? I still haven't seen the second and third Lord of the Rings movies. Oh my god, Lord of the Rings is so good. Lord of the Rings is one of the few movies where I will, like, happily sit down for the extended edition. Because it's just, like, a world that I love and I want to be in for longer. You know? Okay, I already got the Spartan core there. Let me see if there's any upgrades available. Okay. Chat, I don't like Dune, says Hmon. Oh, okay, Hmon. Come on, buddy. What can we do to change your mind? Dune is so good. Like, if you're like, this universe is super weird, okay, I can see that. Like, there's a reason that they took so long to make a Dune movie. A good one, I should clarify. And it's because Dune is a super, super weird universe. But Dune is so good. The new Dune movies. LNG, do you crochet? Currently crocheting while watching you play. I do not crochet, but Rebecca, she crochets like it's no one's business. She's a monster when it comes to crocheting. She's so good at it. We crocheted a bunch of items for HCS World, or she did, I should clarify. She crocheted a bunch of items for HCS Worlds and handed them out, including an engineer. And there was this awesome dude at HCS Worlds who did a full, like, head to toe Master Chief Spartan armor that was fully crocheted. And Rebecca, she had to she was like, you know how long it took me to do this engineer? He made, like, a full suit of crocheted armor. Like, imagine how long that must have taken. Yeah, like obviously, like, the Spartan armors and stuff, the, like, game accurate armors, like, all of those were really impressive too, but I still remember the guy who crocheted an entire Master Chief outfit, because that, you can't 3D print that. That took blood, sweat, and tears. I'm making a Spartan OC. The general idea is he's a Spartan 2 in Broken Down Gen 2 on a snowy planet with UNSC fighting the Banished and created remains. Also might be doing an Easter egg to you, Rebecca, and Pumpkin as background characters. Oh, dude, that's fucking awesome. What the hell? Oh my god. I'm gonna be a hidden Easter egg. Dude, I love that. Let me know how it goes. That's awesome. I appreciate that, Isaiah. That's awesome. Mon Uncle is on HBO Max and Criterion. Gotcha. Okay. Let me see if I have it. HBO Max. If not, I can find it. I'll find it. Oh boy. Did he just throw... Can they deflect your grenades? I mean, he's cloaked, so I didn't see what happened, but he totally batted away my grenade, didn't he? Soon to be HBO Max and Netflix. Dude, I saw that. Holy shit, that's bad. That's very bad and not good. Like, don't get me wrong, Warner Brothers sucks. At least modern Warner Brothers sucks. But Netflix owning modern Warner Bros, that's bad. That's extremely not good. That would leave Netflix versus Disney as, like, sort of it. Because nobody takes Paramount seriously. That's like really bad for at least like the American film industry. I completely forgot about Sony. Yeah, nobody cares about Sony either. Ten crappy Lord of the Rings shows incoming. You know, I watched Rings of Power, a couple of episodes, and the costumes are not good. Rebecca had a really hard time watching it because of the bad costumes. Yeah, we're coming up on the Blast Lands.
UNSC distress pulse detected. More Marines in trouble. Let's go be heroes.
I love media monopolies. Yeah, me too. Don't you love it? When a single company owns a majority of the media that people consume? No, not even consume. I hate that freaking word. I hate content. I hate describing entertainment and like movies as content. That's what I think was really rough about the Lord of the Rings show, Rings of Power, is it didn't have like that same enthusiasm for, like, it felt like it, that's, you know, like the actors obviously were all trying their best. You know, obviously I'd assume that the people writing it like the Lord of the Rings media. And I know people are going to say, no, they actually said they hate Lord of the Rings and they burn the Lord of the Rings books whenever they see them and blah, blah, blah. Their babies should be fed to incinerators. But like if you're writing for Lord of the Rings, like, you know, you're not like, yes, I'd love to write for a property that I hate. Like, people aren't cartoons. But just the Rings of Power, it felt like the prop designers were not given enough resources to make damn good looking costumes and props and stuff. The writers did not have enough time to make the dialogue good. And it just, like, it felt like it was coming from, you know, a place of, like, content, make content. We want a Lord of the Rings show. We want a Lord of the Rings show. Get it out now. Get to work now. What's that? That costume looks like rubber? Doesn't matter. We have to film 12 fucking episodes. We need to blow the budget of a movie on a CGI Balrog for this show, and you need to do it in half the time that a movie gets.
Everything checks out on this. I'm set.
And you can kind of feel that in the Rings of Power. Like, I know that there's people that, like, genuinely hate Rings of Power, and I don't genuinely hate it, but I can feel that it is content based on Lord of the Rings, and that it's not kind of like, you know, somebody who fought tooth and nail to get it made. Fish! Elrond and Durin were pretty cool in the show, though. There are a couple people that I thought were, like, pretty cool in the show. But even, like, is there something legally that was going on with the show? Because there was a lot about the Rings of Power where it felt like they were tiptoeing around the aesthetic of the Peter Jackson movies, but for legal reasons. You know, like the elves. Like, the elves didn't look like Lord of the Rings elves. And there definitely was some of it of, like, they were doing, you know, like, the boring thing of, like, we want to humanize the people that were specifically designed to not be human. We want to make them feel gritty and grounded. But there was an aspect of it where it's like, okay, it feels almost like you literally cannot make them look like the Peter Jackson stuff, and that this is a legal reason you're doing this. Is there something up with Lord of the Rings, like the films versus like other adaptations where they can't get it too close to those Peter Jackson movies? Because I know, like, the Star Trek stuff for a very long time, that was a headache with the Star Trek IP, where they, like, the original series and the movies, and even the Paramount Plus shows, they legally could not use, like, any of the original Star Trek shows up to the 90s. Like, they had to make it almost like, even though it makes no sense, they had to kind of make it look like legally distinct Star Trek.
How could they? They're ruining this place, and for what?
To win.
That already happened.
You got cowbell on, right? Of course I do. I think. People forgot that Steven Spielberg was executive producer for the Halo show, meaning he funded it and did not have any hand in the direction or the writing. Yeah, Steven Spielberg, what happened was a decade ago, somebody said, would you like to give some money to the Halo show? And he said, what's Halo? Yeah, sure, whatever. And that was the extent of his involvement. Oh, man. Maybe I could show you guys later. There's a base somewhere in the open world that had a whole little mini narrative that was cut. And this reminds me a lot of it. The idea is you'd approach the base, and there would be a couple of guards, but the raiding party was basically out hunting. And the idea was you could activate these banished turrets. So that when the brutes returned from their hunt, the turrets would all just, like, mow them down.
Feels good to be punching back for a change.
And this just reminds me a lot of that. Are you referring to the one with the turrets? Yeah, I am. It was a little bit too complex, the work that would have been required to set up that whole scenario and get the AI and the engineers and, you know, get dialogue done. It was quite a bit. This is, so if you guys want to know a weird limitation they had to work with as well with the open world, they could not have bespoke animations, at least in the open world, as weird as that sounds. So do you remember how, like, older Halo titles, you'd, you know, approach a certain AI and they could have, like, a bespoke animation playing? Like, think of, like, Halo 3, where it's the brutes, like, torturing the Marines and stuff, and they would finish their animation, then enter their combat and gameplay animations. Or think of, like, Halo 5, like, the way, you know, Arbiter would be like, Forsake Helios, you know, and then climb up the side of that wall. Like, that kind of stuff, you know, or the Hunters spawning in Halo 5. Those are all, like, bespoke animations that are kind of independent of their gameplay animations. For some reason in the open world, they could not do those. They had to use at all times gameplay animations, and it's a weird limitation. Or maybe not even like a limitation, it was like a result of the time constraints, to where they could not have the tech done. Because it could obviously exist in the engine if they wanted to, if they had the time to implement it. So that's why the hunters just sort of appear in the open world. Like, you just stumble upon them, and they're, you know, they don't kind of get the dramatic entrance that they got in Halo 1 or Halo 5. And once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. But they're yeah, everybody in the open world does. That's kind of pitiful, to be honest. I wouldn't say pitiful. I'd say it's definitely painful, though.
I can't shut it down.
Then we destroy it.
I know the commando was made for PvP, but it feels like it was made for PvE more.
All we need to do is
That's interesting. That's an interesting, that's an interesting opinion.
We, I mean you, and by trigger, I mean shoot or blow up. You get the idea.
It would have added a lot to the environmental storytelling. Yep. It would have. There was a bit of, man, there was this, here, let me find a hidey hole. Secret place. It's over, where is it? It is here? I think it's here. Yeah, that's, it's underneath, right? Originally, I think he said Starlight Squad. They were positioned close to the edge of the ring. And the idea was, it might not be Starlight Squad, actually. I might be misremembering. There was some open world squad, and the idea was pitched that okay, we can't do bespoke animations for the AI. There is an animation that the Brute Chieftains have where they'll kick with their foot. And so what the idea is all right, the game is rated T for teen, right? What I want to do is do basically a PG-13 way of having public assassinations to show how brutal the brutes are. And I know somebody's going to be like, oh my god. Listen, level designers, combat designers, they wish that the game was rated M. But it is what it is. They were told to go for a T for teen rating, and they got creative. And what he was thinking is, all right, I got an idea. We're going to have a Brute Chieftain and his squad lining up a bunch of Marines on the edge of the Halo ring, and we're going to have this specific squad, one by one, the Brute Chieftain is kicking them off the edge of the ring to their deaths. And he actually got a lot of support for that idea, and a lot of the designers and gameplay guys and like open world level design guys were actually really excited about the idea, and they were basically told, like, they were reminded that of how many other teams would have to be folded into that scenario to get it up and running and not look embarrassing and kind of hacked together. Like, the amount of it would not have been like a simple thing to do within, you know, the structure of 343 Industries, which sucks, unfortunately, because that's like a fun little idea. Why do you think they didn't use the plasma rifle again? That one, actually, I know. So it's a mixture of a couple of things. Unfortunate timing, as well as a practice that I don't like that the industry does, but it's sort of become like standardized, like basically like video game art, at least for shooters, has almost like adopted its own there are rules to how the art can be done now. Basically, people know what a video game shotgun looks like, even an Alien video game shotgun. Like, I remember when I played Mass Effect Andromeda for the first time, I knew that what I found was a shotgun because of the design of the weapon. And it's the subtle things, like the pump, the stock, the length of the barrel, you know, the lack of magazine. It looks like a shotgun. Even though this is a weapon I picked up that was made by aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy, I knew it was a shotgun. And it's because of little design cues that are just kind of like standardized. And they do it for gameplay reasons, so that anybody can pick up a game and know what the weapon will be before they even fire it. And so the reason that the storm rifle was made, and sort of the plasma repeater in Reach, but that was, you know, that was sort of like almost... I feel like they got away with it because Bungie also included the plasma rifle, but with 343 Industries by that point, like, you know, when you're testing a game and it's like little Johnny sees a plasma rifle and he's like, I want to pick up that gun, that looks like a pistol. And he's just not going to go for it, even though it doesn't function like a pistol. So the storm rifle was basically designed so that it unmistakably, undeniably looked like a rifle type weapon. And then another reason that they went with the pulse carbine is because for Halo, oh my god, it's so fucking long. I feel like I've shared this story so many times. They wanted Halo Infinite due to the age of the franchise, due to releasing the game on Steam for the first time in a mainline Halo title's life. Also due to the knowledge that the core player base has, they wanted to create a combat loop and a weapon sandbox that everybody could, from the ground up, learn together. That way it wasn't an MCC type situation where it's like, game releases on PC, people have never played Halo multiplayer before, and the vets stomp everybody and push everyone out because they're so familiar with how you use a shotgun in Halo. You know, or how you use a plasma rifle, brute shot, etc., etc. So they wanted to create new, you know, get some new guns into the Halo franchise for the first time, introduce a new combat loop that veterans and new players will learn together. That way everybody is kind of on the same page. There you go. Fish! Yeah, so that's why they did not use the plasma rifle for this game. They wanted to introduce some new weapons to Halo. And this thing was mostly... my speculation, this is me actually not knowing what I'm talking about, but my theory that this guy was made for the campaign mostly, and it's just in multiplayer because you can use it. I think that this thing was basically trying to give the elites a plasma rifle-esque weapon that would work within an open world setting, because, you know, it fires in a predictable burst, so you'll know the firing pattern of the elites when they're attacking you. And because of the open world, usually engagement distances are a lot longer than traditional Halo games. So the bursts will kind of home in on the player and track them. So it's not just, you know, like a wildly inaccurate rifle-type weapon that's spraying all over the place and never hitting a single shot. It's the same reason, I think, why Bungie, in Destiny, if you remember the Fallen, they also are armed with homing weapons. Like, all of their weapons, from what I remember, home. And it's because of the range. We're going to be fighting basses. And I do not want to be fighting basses with the sniper rifle, so we'll get rid of that. Oof, excuse me. It doesn't matter if the gun is useful. It's boring to use. It's definitely a weapon that's more for the AI to use against you than it is, you know. I don't know. It's like, it feels fine. The pulse, like, I don't hate it. I'm not in love with it. It is what it is. It does the job it was assigned. What I don't like is I don't like the glass. I don't like that the holographic display almost looks like glass. I like that it was a holographic display in the original. At least for the plasma rifle and stuff. That's maybe the only thing I can critique. Like the pulse carbine, it is, you know, looks Halo-y. Looks a bit like yeah, it looks like a Covenant thing. Swap out the glass for a holographic pop-up, and I think we're golden. Hammer, my favorite weapon. Yeah, monkey. I didn't know I was still lurking. Welcome back.
Spartan's not so tough, I think.
Oh, I freaking love this guy.
Soft inside.
Chief?
I see him.
Freaking love Bassus, man. Bassus, my beloved. Yeah, Bassus is no more, unfortunately. Oh, excuse me. Lurking anyways. You're a cool streamer. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. You are a cool streamer yourself.
Of course not.
Because of the animations for the brutes in this game, I always find it funny when they hold the pulse carbine like their mangler. Dude, it bothers me. It bothers me that they hold the manglers the way that they do. Have you ever seen the way that the brutes hold pistols in this game? They hold them like
The formula is very sophisticated.
pretend this controller is a gun. You know how like in the real world, you know, you hold with two hands so that you can stabilize? And it's because we're tiny little like baby people, you know, and we have to control the recoil, so we use two hands, and it also helps steady our aim. The brutes also do this, like a human, like a goddamn person.
Good to know.
I liked better in Halo 3 and ODST, I guess by extension, and Reach, that, because like they're aliens, and they're muscular, and they're not little babies, they don't need to hold they can control the recoil with one arm, because they're so goddamn strong. They're like a gunslinger, you know, like they're like crouched down and they've got their pistol aimed at you one-handed. Like, this is too elegant and precise. It's too elegant and precise for a fucking alien gorilla, you know? I feel like the animations need to give you a bit of insight into the culture and the temperament of the creature. And when I see the brutes in Halo Infinite, like their faces, you know, they're snarling and showing their teeth, but their freaking hands show so much restraint, so much civility with the way that they hold their firearms. And I'm like, no. Wrong. Do it again. Maybe the mangler kicks just that hard. A brute would tank it. A brute would just tank it. They'd be, oh, gun takes a lot, it kicks a lot. Gonna have to hold steadier, you know? That's just how I feel. My ideal BR, I'd hybridize with the Commando. Have it fire in fully auto, well unscoped, and in a 3-round burst well scoped. Minimal damage like the SPV3 too. I don't know if I'd ever make the battle rifle fully auto, even hip firing. I had heard that the Commando pre-release, it was being tested as you hip fire it and it's fully auto, but then when you scope in, it's single shot. And I at least feel for the Commando that actually, that I like better than what they ended up doing. Pulse Carbine is super nifty. My ideal plasma rifle would have the PC's plasma burst volley, primary fire, and focused rifle beam charge shot. Interesting. So you could like hypercharge your plasma rifle and basically vent the whole battery into one focused, excuse me, laser.
I wonder what the Banished are looking for down here.
Let's go find out.
I'm getting used to streaming slowly but surely. I'm getting used to streaming myself. It is a completely different culture and community.
Another Spartan.
But I think juggling YouTube and Twitch is working for the most part.
A drop wall module, deployable cover, resilient but temporary.
At least it's the teacup stance versus thumbs forward like the Spartans and humans do. See, I'm not even going to give it that. I'm just like,
what?
It's too civilized. It makes the brutes feel like they have a lot of emotional maturity and patience. And that they wouldn't just, like, they wouldn't just point the gun as if they were pointing a finger and fire, and who cares if the gun kicks a lot, I'll just have to make sure I hold it steady. There's that one screenshot from the Craig demo of the grunts and then the brute that's in the bottom left, and he's holding his fucking gun with two hands. And I'm like, he looks so polite. That stance says, like, that brute should be like a rage monster. He should be looking for a fight. You know, he like can hardly contain his excitement. And that's how they look in the Bungie games. They did that very well. The combat stance of the brutes. They looked very uncivilized. They looked very quick to aggression. They didn't look like they were thinkers, you know? I love these things. These like weird like power generator things. It reminds me of the Combat Evolved. Those like that weird room you can find in Combat Evolved that has like a weird energy thing going on. See, this is the kind of stuff that the remake of Halo 1 was missing, in my opinion. I freaking love this too. Yeah, they did a really good job on the Forerunner environments in this game. Like, this feels ripped out of Halo 2, you know? I feel like I'm expecting a table with like a shotgun, you know, and some brute shots right there. Exactly, it's akin to an inelegant sentinel beam. I like that idea.
Don't talk. I am your ally, but not your friend.
In my opinion, it makes for a nice contrast between savage, untrained, disposable Covenant brutes and the professional, trained, disciplined, banished brutes. See, I think it's an animator. An animator that animated the brute like a traditional video game enemy. Maybe without fully understanding the temperament of the creature he was designing for. I could be totally wrong. Another thing is it could also be video game body language. Because I know that's also a thing that has kind of become standardized a little bit. Like oh man, you know, that may even be it. I had asked a while ago one of my video game art friends. It's Jeremy Cook, the guy from Halo Wars 2. I'll just start saying his name. And if anybody asks who the fuck's Jeremy, like, people can just say he did Halo Wars 2 art director. I asked Jeremy why they're like not really doing like the plasma rifle anymore. And a theory he had was that it was about making their weapon readable, because a rifle with a stock has a very specific look when creatures are holding it. You know, you can see it from a distance that thing's holding a rifle. Maybe there's something about having two hands attached to the pistol where you can see that they're carrying something, and the way that they're carrying it makes it look like a pistol. As opposed to if it was always one-handed, you maybe couldn't quite see what they were holding. You know, maybe they look like they're running around bare-fisted from a distance. I don't know. Like, that may sound insane, and you're like, bro, really? But that's the kind of stuff that they think about as designers. Because that is the weird kind of out-there scenarios that they run into during testing. Still boring as fuck design philosophy. Yeah, it is. It is boring. It's not excusing it being boring, but it may be why it's done, at least. Understanding why it's done could then lead to maybe getting folks to stop doing it, because it does look boring. Wouldn't be surprised if the brute animations for holding weapons is recycled from... No. It would not be... They have completely different animation rigs. The brutes and humans, completely different. The animations would be completely busted. And the work required to clean them up so that they could work on a brute animation rig, at that point, just make new animations. Yeah, no. I don't think it's that. The standards for animation quality have gone through the roof. Like, you can't get away with stuff like that like you used to. You know, in Halo 3, they could get away with some of the Jackal's animations literally just having their legs clipping through each other. And it's there. We can all see it. The Jackal's legs are clipping through each other. But, you know, standards were a little bit lower back then. You could get away with stuff like that and nobody really cared. Nowadays, though, it's like every animation is scrutinized to hell and back. So you could never get away with doing something that sloppy. I take the CE's M90, especially its reload speed and range, and give the Bulldog's rate of fire and damage, leave the one-hit kill capabilities to my Brute Super Shotgun. I still like your idea of the Brute Super Shotgun. Even though the Mutilator is not here and maybe stole some of the thunder, we could just pretend the Mutilator doesn't exist and keep doing this Brute Super Shotgun thing. Wish the BR in the campaign looked a bit more chunky. Something about the BR in the campaign looked weird versus multiplayer environments. That's interesting. Wait, this is something I always wanted to know. Why did Jeremy use the Halo 5 elites for honor guards, but Halo 2 Anniversary for normal squads? I thought it would have been the other way around. It was for, if I remember right, Jeremy wanted to use the different body types. And the way that an RTS works and the specific engine that they used for Halo Wars 2 versus the Slipspace engine. So, okay. First-person animation rigs are hard to do. They're hard to do and they're expensive to create. And also, you know, learning how to use one single animation rig to its fullest to create the most expressive creatures you can. You know, it takes a lot of time. first-person animation rigs, they really only... They can get the game done quicker if they just use one design, one set of animations. It's easier on everybody for the development process. But for a top-down RTS game where animations do not have to be as polished as they are in a first-person environment where you can look your enemy in the eyes as you shoot them, Jeremy wanted to use as many of the various designs for the creatures as he could. Which is why Halo Wars 2 does have a lot of the different phenotypes. As well as it also helps sometimes with the art. Like, some of the elite designs are a little bit chunkier, they're a little bit bigger, so you could easily use those for more important elite units, like honor guards and stuff, because they look a little bit bigger and a little bit more physically intimidating. You know, and when you're looking down at a top-down view, you can tell that those elites look a little bit bigger than the other elites.
Wait. Do you hear that? It's coming from up ahead.
Open it.
Help me. This installation, the Harbinger, exile was absolute.
Guys, you want to see something cool? The pulse, the circle, that is the visual effect that Guilty Spark had in Halo 1 that the monitors have.
Who are you?
Remember in Halo 1, Guilty Spark, he had that, like, video gamey looking pulse? It's in this game. They brought it back. Forrest Baker, who's the VFX lead at Halo Studios now, he said that pulse was something he really wanted to bring back for this game. Like, he demanded that the Halo 1 monitor pulse was brought back. And he said it was actually a really cool journey to get it done correctly. Because that pulse in Halo 1, it's because it was a 2001 video game. It's like, pew, pew, you know, it's like a ring. It's like basically a lens flare expanding. It's very silly. It's very silly looking. What would it look like in 4K resolution? That's tricky because it's such a product of its time. It's a visual effect that is so abstract and weird looking that there would be no way that you could make it look high quality photorealistic, right? So he spent a lot of time trying to figure out the texture of it, how it would animate, how it would bloom in a way that would just look right, even though the visuals have improved so much since Halo 1. He didn't want it to stand out as something that looked cheap and 2001-y, but he didn't want to draw too much attention to it either, to where it was distracting. And he was able to get it in, and it looks great. This track gives off Halo 2 drums. I think that was intentional, actually. Oh, hang on. Let's go back here. Because, you know, the temptations of the grappling hook and sprint, you just want to fly through every environment that you see. If you hop up here, look where we are. We're kind of near the bottom of the ring. We can look out into space. Look at the texture on the glass. Look how crazy that looks. And I like these. I like these a lot. I think they pulse in some areas of the campaign, and I'm not quite sure what it's for. There's sunlight. Okay, so we're not near the bottom of the ring then, because that's sunlight up there. That's the surface. LNG, are you excited about the Endless? Is your enthusiasm about them endless? I'm excited to see what they're going to do with the Endless. I am. Fish! How would I design a Forerunner Sentinel enemy for Halo 7? Oh, man. A Sentinel type. Okay, I got it. You just put me on the spot, but I just thought of an idea. Okay, so what I'm thinking is like rapid. If construction is needed, like immediately, like fast, now, do it now. It needs to be built now, whether it's because of damage or something else. I would envision Sentinel units that do not fly. They crawl on the ground. They're like, and what they will do is crawl onto the wall and attach themselves to the wall and kind of flatten out. You know, maybe their legs kind of unfold, all the panels on the legs, and they would literally build themselves into the wall to cover up damage and stuff as a temporary measure until proper Sentinels arrive. Could you imagine a swarm of little crawly Sentinels, like the tick, 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 tick of the legs, you know, and all the little, like, eyes, like, blinking, you know, and looking around, and them fast-moving, crawling towards you? No way the Endless are worse than the Flood. That's a major issue in the story for me. Okay. I will tell you the same thing that I tell everybody else. Cortana did not say, literally, the Endless are... The Flood are power level 7. The Endless are power level 10. They're more dangerous. Cortana didn't say that. Cortana and the Chief stopped a grave mind from taking over the galaxy. And Cortana is a very cocky individual. What she was doing was demeaning the Flood. Because Cortana's cocky. Like, oh, the Flood? Pfft, we've dealt with them before. They're not a threat. There are a lot more dangerous things than the Flood on this ring. It's Cortana being cocky. But people heard that and they thought she literally meant that the Endless are more deadly than the Flood. It'd be like going to a comedy bar, like a horse walks into a bar and the bartender says, "Why the long face?" And they'd be like, what do you mean the horse walked into a bar? And what do you mean it talked? Horses can't talk. What is this? You're lying.
Listen.
Please, do not do this. It cannot happen. It is wrong.
I do not like this part, by the way. If we do want to complain about something I do not like is I do not like the monitor crying out so emotionally. And I don't like the way that the audio is handled for this environment. Because it's supposed to sound like the interrogation is reverbing through the environment. But I can hear that it's like a 2D sound effect. You know, like you could hear it everywhere. Like there's no occlusion or anything. It sounds like it's almost coming from your head. And the monitor, the way the sounds of pain and torture, they sound a little bit too human. And I feel like monitors should have not that. You know, like even Guilty Spark, when he was in pain, he'd be like, wah, wah, you know. It's like very silly sounding.
Let the blood spilled not go to waste.
There's some only nitpicks. And it's okay if you disagree, by the way. It's just my take on things. That's not gospel. Let's pick up that there sidekick. I won't spoil what they are in Metroid Prime 4, but there's a specific enemy in the game that I wish had been more of the design style for the Prometheans. Gosh. People need to stop talking about Metroid Prime 4 because I'm like, oh my god, maybe I could stomach Miles. Maybe Miles won't be that bad. Because I don't know, man. I'm weak. I'm a weak man. I don't know, Spark sounded pretty emotional when he died. It was, like, comical, though. He was like, wah, 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 you know? It was very silly. It's, I don't know, it's a little bit too, like... It's obviously you want to make it scary. You want to make it spooky and stuff. But all I can hear is... It's not talking like a monitor talks. It sounds like a person that's being tortured. You know, not a monitor. I personally would have handled this whole build up a little bit differently. I see what they were going for.
The Forerunner set this in motion. I am ending it.
The Spark's death in Half-Life 1 had a hint of... Oh my god, did I say Half-Life 1? Damn it. Spark's death in Halo 3 had a hint of Half-Life 1 scientist to it. It did, yeah. Stop! We're with the science team! Good to see you, Gordon. How would that even be possible? You spent the past hour trying to throw a fusion coil at the propaganda tower from 100 feet away. What the fuck? That screaming is a monitor? I always thought it was the Squid Woman screaming. Why would she be screaming? What? She's not torturing herself while the monitor just, like, watches. She's torturing the monitor. This is where the Batman, Arkham, Arkham City reference is here. Paul Crocker talked about it.
You know what I want. Alas, I do, Cortana, and my mind has not been changed. This installation's weapons may be yours, but its secrets are not.
How do you torture a monitor?
The containment facility in particular.
Well, you know, you hurt it in ways that a robot can be hurt.
Why would I? You and I both know that there are worse things than the Flood within this ring.
No, there's no way you could know.
I find it cool that Infinite has a crashed Guardian on one of the distant chunks of the ring. That is cool. Yeah, you can see it off in the distance.
The seal must not be broken. The punished cannot be freed. This can never be negotiated. There is no other choice.
I also like that monitor design quite a lot.
Back to your conservatory.
I wish that was the design of the monitors for the Forge mode in this game.
What could be worse than the Flood?
Nothing good. Find us a way out.
On it.
I freaking love the skimmers, man. The skimmers are fun little creatures. Have you ever actually, like, looked at them, looked at their body language? Look, they're holding the shock rifle upside down because it's so big and, like, clunky and clumsy for them. And it also weirdly shrinks in their hands, which is like a Halo engine quirk.
Remember when you said new and dangerous?
Uh-huh.
You were right. More of them, Chief. This is taking longer than I thought. Something is taking control of local systems.
Nope. Halo fans getting ass mad at the idea of a new faction steamrolling a legacy faction. Like 40k fans get ass mad at the Taos steamrolling Space Marines. Well, I guess it's not the getting mad at a faction steamrolling another faction. It's more like taking shit talk literally. And listen, like 343, I don't think that they were at nearly as talented as Bungie was when it came to like banter and stuff. Like, there definitely are just like weird, like, it could have been snappier, the dialogue could have been better written. But like, I can't be the only one who understood she didn't literally mean that they are, on a power curve scale, more dangerous than the Flood. That it was just Cortana being like her usual self. Dismissive and cocky and like laughing in the face of danger. I wonder what's underneath their helmets. I'd imagine that they probably look similar to the Harbinger, right? Like, there isn't a lot we know about their species. They are not the same as the Harbinger, but there is like a genetic similarity. Here, let's actually go find a body of one.
I'm done. Come get me.
Oops. Okay. So I freaking love these things. They got their little helmets. They got their little shoulder pads. You can see that they've got like these weird claws. And their arms are the same as their legs. Or at least very similar, like the appendages. And they've actually got 4 legs. It doesn't even look like they're equipped to stand, like in the traditional sense. Like it almost feels like they're aquatic. And they use the jetpack. Look at that. See, they're like little octopus dudes. And they need to fly. Because they can't stand on solid ground. Their legs are too weak. And the Harbinger, you get that vibe a lot. Like, everybody said, oh my god, they ripped off, what's her name? Conmaker. From, Doom. But, like, this game was in production long before Doom Eternal was shown off. So that's impossible. A squid-like crest or a crown is a thing that is taught in art design. You know, if you want to present royalty or importance or a sign that somebody is to be respected or that they are powerful, you give them a crest of some kind that evokes the feelings of a crown. It's just art. And you can see that the Harbinger, though, she was clearly designed off of, like, aquatic life. So, hang on. I forgot how long. Is it here? This is where you do it, right? You stand... I think it's near this. I might have busted it by, you know, opening that door, like putting Cortana or Joy into the pedestal. but if I remember right, you stand here, and you can hear the end of the game, like the monologue, or not monologue. You can hear the Forerunner Council deciding to lock away the Endless, and it was Paul Crocker said that it was a reference to Batman Arkham City, how you could get Joker to explain exactly what was going to happen at the end of the game. You know, where the Joker is like, oh my God, like, let me guess, you're going to, you know, this is going to happen. I'm going to die, and you're going to have to carry me out of here in your arms. Like, and it's pretty much exactly what happened. And he spoils it at, like, the beginning of the game, if you stick around. And Paul Crocker added that here as a reference to Batman Arkham City. That the game kind of spoils itself very early on. They got meat hooks for legs. Has anyone deciphered the Forerunner text yet? Not yet. I don't think these had a purpose. Like, because these come from Bungie. These are from Sandtrap. And what they did with... what's kind of cool is... So, the Endless were basically designed as a solution for an issue 343 felt the Halo series had, which is... It had over-explained itself. You know, we knew everything about the Forerunners. There wasn't a lot of mystery left. Like, the Covenant, we knew everything about the Covenant. There aren't a lot of unexplored corners anymore in the Halo universe. So they wanted to introduce a mystery that fans couldn't point to a book and be like, all right, chapter 17, paragraph 3, sentence 2, that's where they come from, that's their origin, here's everything about them. They wanted to introduce something that we just... You know, we couldn't predict. We couldn't expect. And the mystery of Sandtrap actually inspired the Endless, like kind of theorizing what this must mean. Is something buried on Sandtrap? You know, what if something survived the firing of Halo? What if the Forerunners did kill all life, but something survived? Maybe it was always there and nobody ever noticed because of how big, loud, and crowded the galaxy is. Maybe they came out when the galaxy got suddenly so quiet. But they're here now. We don't know what they are. And it's a mystery. And that's essentially what the Endless serve. And it's cool that they linked Sandtrap to the Endless. And they were deliberately designed to feel very alien. Like, the fact that they are not bipedal is one of the, almost like the first things that they settled on. Is like, right, these are going to be creatures that clearly evolved in a low-gravity or aquatic environment. Like, we want them to look strange and weird and alien.
Faced with the cradle, it unlocked something important. Cortana was here 6 months ago. I could feel what she felt when you arrived. It was joy, fear, and pain.
The Endless give off major Marathon 4 vibes. I always figured it was a contextual thing. The Flood are overwhelmingly powerful, but not when kept under lock and key as isolated spores and infectors. I think it was definitely supposed to be just like Cortana being like, we kick the Flood's ass, what else have you got? And yeah, the Harbinger specifically, what are they freaking called? The wizard-looking guys from Marathon. You know, the ones with the robe and, like, the orb. That was a huge influence on the design of the Harbinger. Like, you can probably even, one of her more finalized pieces of concept art, she even has a cloak just like one. They originally, though, went with like this. It's like crazy. Some of the concept art. It's like starfish-like.
Chief, is that another... Something big went down in here.
Look at this.
Spartans don't go quietly.
I've noticed.
She kicked all their asses with a screwdriver. The compiler, yeah.
A thruster module.
Yeah, sci-fi needs more unique alien. They specifically, they didn't want to introduce just another alien that has like the digitigrade elite legs, you know, because the jackals have them. The freaking elites have them. Like, they wanted something new, like a new look that Halo fans have not seen.
We've got a score to settle.
My theory is that the Endless are precursor backup plans to reclaim the galaxy, something like that. See, that's specifically what they are not. They were specifically designed to not be linked to pre-existing Halo lore. They are something completely different.
We're too late.
It is heavily implied in the game, even the legendary ending. Oh yeah, offensive bias. Yeah, there's something going on there. Did they ever explain what that was? That intelligence that helped Chief? Because there is something that they threw out. Like, this game has a lot of it leaves a lot of things open for future stories to explore. It leaves a lot of tiny little unfinished business. You know, like the sub monitor is unfinished business. He makes mention of something like, you know, like I need to understand everything about the ring, everything we knew is wrong. Like, if you just like sit around and listen to him, like maybe I'm confusing him with a different character. I know Sub-Monitor feels like he has a little bit of unfinished business to some extent. Not like he'll show up in the next game and he'll be a main character, but like they're gonna do something with the Sub-Monitor, I think.
His killers are still active.
Okay. What weapon do I want Chief to confront the Harbinger with? If I go up there with a fusion coil, will he just be, like, waving around a fusion coil at her? Probably not, right? Yeah, we'll do the assault rifle. Good old assault rifle. How do we feel about the commando as a weapon?
This elevator,
those are my thoughts.
Back to the surface.
Just kind of
Why come all the way down here just to kill the monitor?
It's all right.
The monitor's purpose is to protect.
I don't think it's necessary.
So why kill her?
No idea.
Fusion coil won't show up. I've tried that. Damn it. Okay. It was built to have campaign DLC tie-up loose ends. It was. But there is also some stuff that was set up specifically for other media. Stuff that's, like, less important, you know, to the story. Here we go. So she remember, aquatic life, deep sea creatures, squids, octopi, starfish. Those were the primary inspirations for their biology.
I know you have been following me. We are not enemies.
You can see her backpack kind of looks like coral.
Despondent pyre.
She had something I required.
Her mouth kind of looks like an octopus's mouth.
I know of you, Reclaimer. But hear this. You are not the future.
You okay, Chief? I'm trying to get the armor unlocked.
Try harder.
The Forerunner's lies are at an end. I am the harbinger of the truth. The Endless will be found. They will ascend.
Now would be good.
I know. 3,
The Reformation begins.
2, 1, go!
Pretty badass, except they could have used some motion blur when Chief was flying through the air. I'm hopefully getting Edge of Dawn for Christmas. I want to know what happens after Infinite instead of watching an overview. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, oh, yeah, like Epitaph. Dude, Epitaph is such a good book.
It took too long.
Such a good book.
You could have been
Halo Epitaph is beautiful.
Okay. You saved us both.
It is a beautiful send-off for the Didact. Like, genuinely, I've like, my arm hairs stood up while I was reading it. It was so good.
The Harbinger said the Endless will be found. Maybe they're inside that thing.
Only one way to find out.
She says we aren't enemies, but use the Force on the Chief Lady, make up your mind. I think it's, like, it is obvious that Chief was, like, I would have shot. She tore open the monitor and ripped out its brain and is trying to repair the ring. Like, she's up to no good. She's like, the Endless must be found and released into the galaxy. I am going to control this Halo, right? It's like, okay, you're saying... I don't know what half of the stuff you're saying, and it all sounds like shit that would be bad. You know? You're talking like a villain. So I think, you know, she didn't kill Chief. She just shut him down. And I think Chief being able to reactivate his suit surprised her. Because she was just expecting him to literally just lay there. You know, she was like talking to him, she was chatting. And then she, like, you see she backs up when Chief comes online and starts teleporting around. And later on, she's like, he's got something. Like, he's not alone. Something's helping him. It's been helping him for a while. So... the fact that the weapon, Joyus, was there in Chief's armor, and she was able to... If it wasn't for her, Chief probably would have been fucked.
This is mine.
The brute's like, this is mine.
The humans continue to steal from us. Go.
And this is a bit of weak writing as well. A bit of that, remember I said, like, 343 have never been quite as good as Bungie at snappy dialogue. Okay, well, they really have never been as good as Bungie at snappy, good flowing dialogue that also, you know, condenses information. When she says, the Reformation, the capital R, Reformation is about to begin. The Reformation is nigh. You know what? Do you guys know what the Reformation, do you guys know what that is? It's just the ring's self-repair function. That's all it is. That's what she's talking about. And I feel like a lot of people didn't quite understand what the Harbinger was up to. Because she's talking like the Didact, you know, the mantle of responsibility of warrior servant, Promethean, Didact, Arbiter. Like, it's just so many proper nouns.
You will die screaming.
Too many proper nouns, and you kind of get lost. You know, at to, like, wait, what? Who's doing what? Mantle of a who? Precursor? Primordial warrior servant? What's going on? It's like, you gotta tone down some of that. And Bungie was really good about not front-loading their games with a lot of proper nouns. So, when the Harbinger is babbling and monologuing like the Didact about, the Reformation is nigh, like, what she's talking about is, like, the ring is not functional right now. A lot of its systems are not working. She can't free the Endless right now because the ring is so fucked up. She's gonna repair the ring so she can find exactly where on Zeta Halo the Endless are stored, so that they can be released into the galaxy. Imagine if Halo 4 was your first Halo game and the Didact is fucking babbling about the mantle of... Oh my god. I bet the Covenant would have loved it. Oh, dude, the Covenant would have been all over. Dude, actually, the Prophets probably would have been fucking scared of the Harbinger because she'd threaten their power. She gives Prophet of Truth energy. Yeah, the Covenant would have thought she was a god of some kind. I love the random lines of this game. Spartan, are you there?
Who are these guys?
Oh no! Yeah, that's a good one.
And what do they do? Don't answer that. Just get rid of them so I can get us in.
Oh boy. Oh. Wahoo! We're about to close up shop though, guys. Just letting you know. The Endless are humans! Don't you start pooping pills. There's 3 of them, 3 of these brutes. One of them got disintegrated. And that brute just yells out helpfully, "We lost one." Oh, I was reading the subtitle and I was like, what the fuck, is that a grunt saying that? My blood boils with rage! You know what the grunts need more of? I was thinking about this the other day. Okay. This might be a little bit loud. It's not going to be loud. I'm not going to scream, don't worry. I'm just like checking to see how comfy the dogs are. It's been a long time since the grunts have had like a good... like the hyperventilating, like the and not hyperventilating because they're in combat, just like because that's how grunts are, you know.
See you. Shoot. Kill you.
These guys.
Hunters.
And what do they do? Don't answer that. Just
Okay,
get
good. I
so
have the
can get us
thrust.
in.
So look at this. People don't know this. The hunters in Halo Infinite, for some reason, the Needler's really good against them because it ignores their armor. Look at that. It super combines on their armor. So the Needler is like one of the best anti-hunter weapons in this game. Isn't that crazy?
The protocol's not banished in Origin. It's
my mom got me the first 3 Halo books last Christmas. Still haven't finished them all since I procrastinate a lot. I'm glad.
Problem.
They changed that in Campaign Evolved though. If you wanna cure to procrastination, uninstall most of the games you have installed. Almost all of them. Then when you're bored, you're like, fuck. Guess I'll read. The Endless were humans before Shi Kai Wang had direct on it. These are my favorite hunters in all the games. I don't care for fighting them with the Needler, though. Makes it too easy to kill them. See, without the Needler, though, they take forever to kill. I never like the hunters being boss battles or mini bosses. In my opinion, a hunter should be slightly above an elite.
Unknown.
In terms of, like, it should be a unit. One of many Covenant creatures that you fight. You can sometimes fight quite a few per level, you know? And combat with them should never last too long. There should be hunters. You should be able to fight hunters alongside other creatures. And the hunter should not dominate most of the fight. It should be a factor in the fight, but... Because I think the Halo 5 and the Halo Infinite hunters, they slow combat down to a crawl. That's just a cool design, sorry. I prefer the
We're going to need to find somewhere to plug me in. There we go. Plug
I'd say the Halo Reach hunters maybe are like my favorite. Like my heart belongs to the Halo 1 hunters, but I'd say Reach was probably, it struck the best balance.
This structure has been
for most folk.
Using a protocol that's
oh, she's all busted. Her hologram. Oh my god, that can't be how they leave the game. They gotta fix that.
Welcome, welcome. Oh, hello. I am
look, there's that Halo 1 pulse. See the pulse? It's the Guilty Spark pulse.
Kinda. Do you want to tell him?
Tell me what?
The monitor is gone.
Gone? Gone? Gone?
But it wasn't us.
Are you sure?
Of course, it wasn't us.
Did you hear Sonic Crossworld and Mario Kart World lost to the hit gambling game Genshin? What the fuck? Sonic Crossworlds I expect because, you know, nobody gives Sonic a fair shake. But Mario Kart, that's crazy.
See? He seems friendly.
We'll see.
LNG question, why did they redesign the monitors? I think the reason they redesigned the monitors for this specific game is because they wanted a new monitor designed to flesh out the Halo universe, you know, introduce the concept that there are more than one specific monitor shell. And the monitor... The monitor that they... shell that they made, they wanted it to be expressive and emotive, which is why it has like those flaps and stuff, because it can be like, you know, and the flaps open a little bit, because it's like, you know,
Quite a day. Quite a day indeed.
I freaking love the sub monitor, man. This is a fucking monitor to me. This is how monitors should be. Halo's never had a bad monitor. No, I take it back. There is a single monitor that I'm like, what the fuck was that? It's that monitor in that one Halo terminal where Guilty Spark is talking to it, and it's like a monitor, you know, it looks like Guilty Spark. And the voice that comes out of it is like, "We deserve to be forgotten." It's something like that. And I'm like, what? The guys that talk like, "Oh, hello. Someone has released the flood."
This way. This way.
Yeah, like right there. This way. This way. Oh, hello. I freaking love the, one moment, and then pew, with the little eye laser. I like seeing that interaction. I don't like the stuff just activating when a monitor is nearby, cuz. I do like seeing the monitors, like, bing.
Follow me, please.
Like, I love this. He just...
There's something missing. Oh, yes, our bridge. One moment. Let us proceed.
That's so fucking good! He just assumes you can fly with him. Like, I fucking love this bit of the Halo Infinite campaign. Missed? Oh, crap. Said it once, I'll say it again. There's room for both CE's common heavy trooper hunters and Infinite's mini-boss hunters through different ranks.
Get me to that terminal.
I love the way she whispers that. Like, he's gone for right now. Let's see if we can plug me into the computer. Let's see what we can do. They're just floating C-3POs. They remind me of, like, butlers in haunted mansions. Like, they're clearly, like, they've clearly lost it a little bit. You know, they're, like, talking to themselves, like Guilty Spark humming to himself and like, I am a genius. It's like, that's a fucking weird thing to just tell yourself. They act like a butler in a haunted mansion, like, ah, yes, yes, come, we've been expecting you. Come, 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 the master will be home soon.
No, no, no! What are you doing? This is not acceptable. You were supposed to be friendly.
I freaking love that. Like, Chief knew what was gonna happen. He was waiting for the monitor to come in and... because he's dealt with them before. Like, they're crazy.
Lower the shield, you infuriating machine. Damage mitigated. Re-engaging. Still alive? Incredible! I really should reinforce those. This is extremely improbable. Read out that energy to remaining weapons. I'll reduce you to mere carbon.
I'm not talking because I love him. He's talking.
This is both unnecessary and unpleasant. Must we do this the hard way? That's a violation of several protocols. Blast this wretched frame! What's wrong with this construct? A minor inconvenience, I assure you.
The writing for the sub monitor is A tier. A tier. It sucks that the boss battle doesn't go on for longer, because every word out of his Well, I was gonna say mouth.
I'm putting an end to your meddling. Stop doing that! Adjusting predictive models. No more distractions then. Excellent. I'll steal the electrons from your atoms.
This is a silly little guy. I know I'm taking my time with this boss battle. It's because I want to hear the shit he says. I think there was supposed to be an explosion effect there that didn't play. I freaking love when he shows up later, like suddenly out of nowhere. He just shows up with like a golden one, like an even more powerful one. He's like, "I'll stop you this time."
I have good news and bad news.
How many?
Okay, straight to the bad news. A lot. I count 9, no, 10 spires, more being deployed all the time.
Active.
No, not yet at least. They appear to be waiting for an initialization sequence. Something is flooding the network, trying to start.
Love how his arms recoil when shot, like he's stung.
The
Yeah.
protocol that triggered all this wasn't
It's all so good, the sub monitor.
It worked. Well, it started the process. There's more bad news. I can't shut it down exactly. But I can remove it from the network. Of course, I can find the source of the attack. I just need to...
Wait. Is it safe?
Come on. It's me. An infiltration program designed... Oops, I think she knows I'm...
How are you doing this?
Disconnect.
Give me 1 second to get it...
Now.
It's done. Why don't you trust me?
What was that?
Maybe taking it offline wasn't such a great idea. We need to go. Like now.
Immediate extraction.
Flooding the network?
Oh God. It was you, wasn't it?
That was a reference to the flood.
Now.
I'm coming.
You hurt my feelings. Oh God, I have feelings! Yeah, Guilty Spark in Halo 3. Yeah, monitors are fun.
Oh, come on.
This is nuts. This cutscene, by the way. This must have been hard to do. Because it is all in-engine.
Open up.
There has to be a lot of, like, camera trickery. Like, right there, cutting away for a second, and you couldn't see outside. They must have moved the Pelican quickly.
Upload the spire locations.
All of them?
All of them.
Coordinates received.
Fernando Esparza to the rescue. Yeah, dude, Fernando rocks.
Locations, which would be crazy, right?
This one.
It was the source of the attack.
Attack?
What's she talking about, Chief? Is everyone trying to kill you?
It kind of seems like it. Oh, wait. You're being sarcastic. He's fun. I like him.
Am I dead already? I must be.
That just sounded like Jen Taylor. Because Jen Taylor talks like that. And she makes observations like that.
Yep, this is death.
Oh, here we go. It's the Craig demo.
No! No! No, 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 no! This isn't happening. I'm going to have to make an emergency landing. Hold on, Chief.
Halo fans, when they hear things related to water, oh my gosh, it's the flood! They're setting up the return of the precursors and the primordial.
No.
Flashbacks to the Craig demo, I know.
Stand it. You are.
Breathe.
His eyes looked better in the Craig demo, though.
You don't get to tell me
Something is weird about the eye rendering
Are you even listening?
in this
I count
game.
3 anti-aircraft cannons.
3 what?
His eyes look, I used to think it was just him.
Safe?
But
Been safe since I found you.
everybody where you can see their pupils in this game, it looks odd. They look like they've got contact lenses.
I thought
There won't be a home if we don't stop the Banished.
You keep saying that. We're outgunned, outnumbered.
I thought the same thing. Why didn't they just put the fuel rod gun from Halo 5 into Infinite? It's because they would have had to redo all of the animations. All of them.
We'll get away from here. Far away.
Wait here.
And also because Sandbox wanted new weapons.
Let me see what I can find.
That's the real answer. And the campaign guys, they were very upset about the loss of the fuel rod gun because the flak grunts, you know,
okay, big guy.
Flak grunts are fun to fight. Like, put them in a hallway, have them firing slow-moving fuel rod blasts. Okay, guys. You know what we're gonna do? This is how we're gonna end the stream tonight, okay? What we are gonna do is we're gonna go get a sidekick. If we can find a sidekick. You know what? We may not be able to find a sidekick, in which case this will be hard to pull off. I was gonna say we should try to do a theatrical reenactment of the Craig demo. Everybody on YouTube does it wrong. Because they put the field of view at like 120 and turn off all the like screen shaky, like, so it doesn't look anything like the Craig demo. But we're playing it. The intended resolution. Yeah, there's no sidekick. Okay. That, maybe, will have to be a thing we do next time. Finish the fight! Remember, reach! Yes. I wish Infinite had banished humans you could fight against. Or a banished human commander. You're baiting me, right? Okay, I think you're baiting me. I'm gonna indulge the bait, though, just in case you're not. I do not want to ever fight humans as the villains in a Halo first-person shooter, unless it is a multiplayer match. What makes Halo cool is that you're shooting at creative alien creatures that are fun, cartoony, and expressive. You lose almost everything that makes Halo campaigns cool if you're like, yeah, you gotta fight the aliens and a couple humans that are fighting with the aliens. That's like, it's like making an alien invasion movie where aliens are invading and a couple of humans that are allied with them. It's like, no. The promise of Halo is that I get to fight aliens. I don't want to fight aliens and a couple of humans. Like, I want aliens. I'm not here to shoot at dudes with machine guns. Half bait, half unironic. Okay, gotcha. I like the way Mercury Rising did it, though. Mercury Rising was clever. Come on, you don't think a banished Spartan boss would have been cool to fight? You would have to, like... You would have to really butter me up to get me to sit down and buy a Spartan boss battle. Like, you would have to, like, get me dinner. You would have to get me a lot of cozy blankets, you know, some fuzzy PJs. You would have to say I'm very cool, that I'm very handsome, and very talented. And then you put the TV in front of me and say, listen, We want you to just look at this, okay? And then you'd have to put a crown on my head and call me a king. So it's a king. We want you to take a look at this. It's a Spartan boss battle. These are banished Spartans. And I'll be there and I'll be like, you have 5 minutes. And if you can't impress me in 5 minutes, you're out of here. Back to fighting the aliens. Oh. It can be humans in mechas. No, I don't. I want an alien in an alien mech. I do not want... Oh my god, what is so difficult? You guys are trying to drive me crazy right now, right? Halo campaigns are where you, the human race, shoot aliens. I don't want to be shooting aliens and a couple humans that like them. It's just like not what Halo is. I feel sometimes like am I on Mars or something? Why do people want Halo campaigns to have fucking human enemies on the alien team? Like, I've drunk crazy juice. I'm hallucinating. There's people that want humans on the alien team. What about insurrectionist levels? I don't want insurrectionist levels. I don't want to... Guys, anywhere in the galaxy we can go. We can make any alien creature you can dream of. I want to go to a human planet full of humans and boring industrial human things, and I want to shoot at other humans. They're going to be armed with the same machine guns as me. Go play Call of Duty! Halo is for the aliens. My steak is too tender, and my lobster too buttery. I think there's excellent potential with having a human enemy faction, particularly as an alien. I love to indulge in my self-genocide. Listen, if you are playing as the alien, that's completely different, because that is like you get to be the villains for a change. That's different. That's where the dynamic is flipped on its head. But like the next Halo, Halo 7, the Endless are released. The Banished are mad. This is crazy. We're going to see all these crazy creatures, all these alien exotic weapons. They're like, and humans. No. No, I want to fight aliens. I want to fight alien creatures. I'm so tired of shooting humans. There are a billion trillion shooters on the market where you shoot at dudes with guns that look just like you. If you would like to play those, like, get away from Halo. Go play those. Go play Battlefield 6. Halo is the game where you shoot the aliens. Have a banished Spartan boss battle like Dusk's Jacob boss battle, where it's basically a PvP duel against a highly tuned bot doing the same PvP exploits like grenade jumping. That is a fucking wild idea. LateNightGaming is discriminating against the human race. What do you got against humans, dude? Aren't you human? Oh my god, can you imagine how fucking stupid that would be? What's your favorite enemy human line? I'm gonna shoot you, Spartan, with my machine gun that fires bullets. I have 5 fingers, and they're all firmly wrapped around the trigger of my rifle that is aimed at you. I evolved from a monkey, just like you. LNG is the final boss. It's the end of the Halo campaign, and it's just the door opens and the brutes have chains on me as I'm flailing around and ranting. Like, the fun of Halo is you shoot aliens, and they just like release the chains and I go crazy in an arena like a malnourished tiger. Prove you're human by doing a T-pose. Okay, you know what? I'll do it right now, just for you. Okay. Here you go. There. I've T-posed. Hopefully that is the proof you require. Fear! Fear me, for I am human! Dude, we literally have wars. We do have wars, but Halo isn't a game about human wars. I gotta go. We'll be on Members Voice Chat tomorrow, like today. Gotcha. I will probably hop in. Check out what you're doing. The boss want us to play Black Ops 7, understood. No, Isaiah, that I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. Not on my worst enemy, man. LNG as a tiny in a booster suit with giant fairy wings. What a fucking callback. Yeah, that would be me. I would be... Okay, so my boss battle at the end of this Halo campaign, it would be a giant robot, okay? No, not a giant robot. It would be like a hovering thing with like fairy wings, you know? And the pilot seat would kind of look like a booster seat. And I would be in there. And I'd be like, like the two joysticks, like in my little like booster seat hover chair thing, and it's fucking flapping its butterfly wings, and I'm like, you come back here, protagonist, and I'm like shooting lasers at you. That would be me as the boss. The fuck did I wake up to? Oh, the end of the stream, babe. You missed me T-posing. They made me T-pose to prove that I was human. Prophet of Gaming boss battle. Oh my god, that's me. That's fucking me. I'm the Prophet of Gaming. That's fucking me. You're totally right. Oh my god. Prophet of the Halo community battle. I'm the oh my god, Rebecca's being too cozy. I'm the, yeah, I'm the Prophet of gaming. Maybe the Prophet of late night gaming. The alien allegations. Okay. There are no alien allegations. You guys are fabricating this and inventing this. I breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Just like you. I consume food because they have nutrients in them. And my body metabolizes it and uses it for energy. I require sleep, otherwise my brain starts to freak out. The Prophet of YouTube ad revenue. The alien incident of December 8th. Aren't all the prophets horribly inbred? You're human. Name one guy. Oh my god. Okay. Hang on. I'm... Rebecca's being cute and silly.
It's actually December 9th.
Prophet of Pepto? Pepto-Bismol. Okay, so I stepped out for a bit. Was Skyline and she dying? Name your top 5 movies if you're human. I could be sitting here with like I could be sitting here like in a trench coat with like clearly like octopus tentacles flopping around and like a fake mustache and like a hat. Like clearly not a human being, and the only test you can think of is name 5 movies. Aliens don't watch movies. Oh my god. I didn't know Halo's 4th prophet was voiced by the guy who did that. I'm not even the guy who did the Half-Life sentences. Like, you know it wasn't me that did it, right? Oh my god. Oh, my head hurts. Okay. Oh. We need a stream of him playing Halo Wars 1 and losing it over seeing some human enemy in some of the maps. I just fucking rage quit the game. Like, it's like the human, just like a pixel of them appears on the screen. I'm like, boom, throw the controller on the ground. I'm done. This isn't Halo. This is like the SpongeBob episode where they think Krabs is a robot. Your car is very weirdly shaped, like a flying disc. I'm getting like the inspection done, and it's like it's like a UFO. The little beam, and I come down. Hello, I am a man, a human. I would like my oil changed. I have currency. Do you accept currency? I breathe oxygen with my lungs. I enjoy drinking water from a glass. It is yummy and refreshing. Like she flew over my house today, no wonder. Hey guys, I wonder why LNG is green. I'm like a little green Martian. Oh my god. This is a psyop. My head hurts. My head hurts from laughing. Oh my god. I've got that like boom, 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 boom. You know, like those headaches when you laugh too hard. Oh my god. I love receiving nutrients with my mouth hole. Yes, do you want to go skateboards? I would love to skateboards with you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm doing the Half-Life 1 scientist voice. I'm gravitating to it. What sorcery is this? Oh my god. Drink some water like a human. Yeah, I need to go get some water. I also need to shower and drench my body in that same water. I have a dog. Yes, I am a human. Good night, glorping. It's your calling. Being an alien is my calling? I own a Shih Tzu, like all fellow humans. Oh, my god. Alright, Phyllis. I shall see you all later. The Half-Life 1 scientist voice is what all aliens sound like. I'm just picturing like a little green man from Mars.
Hello? Hello, my name is Glorp. I was in the neighborhood and thought I would check on you Earthlings.
LNG is the Yawnhead from Nightfall. Dude, I would fucking kill it as a Yawnhead. Oh my god, dude, put that mask on me. I would have so much fucking fun. You would not believe that I was a human under that mask. Good night, everybody. Backflip tater tot.
Do you know who ate all the donuts?
I'm going home, and I'm not going back to the office today, so I'm not going anywhere until 4. If Rebecca was awake, she'd be laughing at this.
Oh my god, we're doomed!
Alrighty, fellas. Take care. Good night, Twitch. Chatters.